do we want to go ahead and get started?
I don't know. Do I? I get roll the 15. I do.
You do.
No.
Do I?
No? Well, too bad. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome to War of the Shattered Sun, episode 40. I am your humble Dumble Master, the one and only pudding pastry farting tart, and I have with me my lovely band of intrepid adventurers. Once again, we have CG Joe Mojo, that one Schmuck01, who is using KD bot today because of technical issues. Wolfstalker16.
Hello, I am Robot.
Hello, you are Robot. And JFrost747. We are missing Punk again tonight, unfortunately. Punk is doing Memorial Day things today with their family because, you know, it's a holiday. But it's okay. We will remember them fondly. They died as they lived, being small. But
Factual.
Always be missed.
Always be missed. Speaking of, but I should go ahead and probably...
Spaghetti. Never forgetty.
I should pull up Diana's character sheet in case I need it tonight. Alright, who hasn't rolled? Joe hasn't rolled.
13.
Only beat me.
2 13s. Alright. Well,
Unlucky.
I hope everybody's doing well today. You guys ready to get started? I can hear myself every now and again.
Echo.
Echo! No? Alright, it's gone.
That's
All
probably me.
Let me find some music and we will get started.
I love the music.
Last time, in the midst of your 2-week respite, preparing for the Austerios Winter Gala, you all had a menagerie of events take place. One of them being the untimely death of Archpriest Patrick Malfurion, the pronunciation of love between Corey and Diana, and the return of Flit's original captor and the mayor of Corvin's hometown of Navilus, Fallow, who manipulated Flit into some sort of dream-related transportation to the Feywilds before being saved by the mysterious Reno Kairos, who didn't hesitate to end Fallow's life. In the midst of some exposition, Reno offered his tower to Flit and the rest of the group, and we pick back up with Reno confronting everyone in the group except for Corvin and Sarah, who are currently in the tower. Sorry, I got distracted by this loud ass car driving by my house.
All good?
7 days remain until the Austerios Winter Gala. You all, except for Sarah and Corvin, are currently sitting in the middle of your of the dining hall where you guys were eating before. And Reno has just kind of taken a seat at the end of the table. I assume you all have plenty of questions.
I already asked a lot of mine, so I'll wait.
Kind of just looks over at the rest of the group.
Which I realize consists of exactly 2 people right now.
That's true. There are less people now because Punk isn't here. There are 2 people here who could... 2 player characters here, one of which is a robot.
Poor Rito's like, I'm sure you have many questions for how mysterious I am, and there's just like crickets chirping in the background. A whole bunch of seats with reserved for signed.
Jeez.
Tart, don't forget to change the map.
Mecha Jericho has stopped working.
Thank you for reminding me to change the map. There we go. But he looks over everyone and he goes, the first thing is that I am a guardian, you could say. One who specializes in researching and protecting the unique aspects of our material plane and those beyond it. Flit here, any sort of gestures that you flit, is one of those. As was Click Clack, your small goblin friend that you all may remember.
Tosh?
Whoever wants to go first.
J Frost, did you wanna? I saw you lit up.
I heard you
Oh.
both speak.
Yeah, no. You first split.
Said and Toshi too.
Antoshi. J Frost, did you want to take your turn?
Nah.
Okay.
Got it.
Does this include Ruby too?
Yes, young Ruby. She is a fascinating girl that is way out of her time, you could say. I wish I had more information to give you, but frankly, she is a bit of a oddity that I haven't had the chance to learn much about yet. Sarah and Corbin, I'll say that if you both wish to, you can rejoin the conversation at this point.
I mean, I keep thinking Sarah would just come back, with her nose in a book.
Make a wisdom check.
Just straight wisdom or saving throw?
Wisdom, just straight wisdom. Cool.
Oh no!
You all see Sarah begin to walk back into the room, but as she does, she runs straight into the doorframe, completely fumbles the book in front of them. You completely lose your place in that book.
Are you okay?
Oh!
At that point, Corbin just kind of waltzes on in, books under his arm. You know, you should really keep your nose out of it when you're walking.
Yeah!
Just kind of plops on down, looking very proud of himself.
I take it you both enjoyed the library.
Getting one step closer with every passing day, especially with, that little request of mine. Looking at Reno.
Yeah, he sort of nods and he looks at you and Sarah. And he goes, "Just make sure to return the books when you are done with them, please."
Oh, sure, definitely.
I didn't find exactly what I was looking for, but I did find something that will be useful. And Sarah will hold up the book so that the others can see the title.
I don't.
What is the title? Smile.
I honestly have no idea. You never told me. You just told me it
Because
was a
there is
book
no
on
title.
Amnon.
There is no title on the book. Maybe you should have thought about that beforehand. No, there's no title on the book. It's just a biography about Amnon. There's no title on the book, though.
There is no title is the title.
There is no title. This is a book. That's what the title says. So you hold up the book and Diana goes, What is that?"
Oh, I forgot there wasn't a title. It's a book on Amnon.
Reno kind of leans back ever so slightly and goes, "Oh yes, interesting specimen, that one. I got to see his work firsthand on several occasions."
So have we.
Not like I have.
I am inclined to believe you on that one.
We'll just leave it at that. But yes, I'm sure there's plenty of relevant information you could probably use to your advantage in that book.
Not a ton so far, but I've only just started reading it.
And you, Mr. Alakia, what did you find?
Getting one step closer to my ultimate goal, and he kind of brings up the plane shifting book. Something that I have to study further.
Ah, yes. Study hard enough, you may find it easier to do than you may think. Just make sure you are careful. Plane shifting and teleportation magics of all kind can be incredibly dangerous.
Well, I have a bit of a knack naturally, as he kind of pops from his chair to the other side of the table using his face step ability. Ah, sorry, I needed more tea.
That is short range teleportation, very simple. Long range and teleportation in between realms, I had to think of the fucking word, can be far more complex than you may give it credit for.
Well, I'm sure I can figure this out. I'm somewhat knowledgeable of the arcane, and I am very stubborn when I need to be.
I believe it. So, he sort of leans forward. What questions do you have for me?
Wait, what did Corbin and I miss?
Is that a question for me or for the rest of your group? He says with almost a smirk on his face.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stellar conversation going on.
I'm sorry, my dad walked in.
You're good. He is still looking to you for an answer.
Both?
Well, I am simply explaining as to who I am to you and your friends, and answering any looming questions that you all may have, as I'm sure you have an exceeding amount. Cough, cough.
Well, out of character, I've got like 1,000. In character, Corbin doesn't know anything about Reno. Because like I think any kind of like opening up, it's mostly towards Flit.
It's
I already
almost
asked
like this
about
is an opportunity to learn about Reno. Cough, cough, says the DM.
And Flit already asked a whole bunch of questions, so she's kind of like on the back foot, waiting to go last.
Okay, so I'm probably just gonna be doing a bunch of stuff that we already know out of character then.
Wait, I must
So-
know.
Looks over to Jericho.
Is Reno a secret dragon?
Do you ask that? Do you ask him that?
No XD.
Okay.
Oh,
So, as he's kind of coming back with a freshly poured cup. So, how familiar are you with Follow and with Coladora?
Well, Coladora is one of my many patrons, but fellow I've only met on a couple of occasions. But, and he holds the little gem on his, the glowing gem on his necklace, and he goes, I'm sure I'll learn plenty about him soon.
Kind of want to go up towards it and kind of tap it. Hello, Follow. It's been a hot minute, hasn't it, you stupid son of a bitch?
Yes, admittedly, his plan of attack was not exactly, thought through.
Which is odd, given what I know about the man. You'd figure he would at least have an exit strategy. Mm-mm-mm.
I don't think he was anticipating a mage such as I to get the drop on him.
You're not worried about Komodo taking away everything she gave you?
No, I am not. Well, yes, I do have some power that was given to me by her. I mean, losing it would only be a fraction of what I know.
I'm sorry?
He just looks at you with this, like, coy smile. I've been around a long time, Mr. Alakia.
Uh-huh. So, hey, sorry, can I, like, do an insight about that whole multiple contracts thing?
What are you trying to insight exactly?
When he mentioned that it would only be a fraction, and with Corbin knowing that he is under a pact with Corladora, could he put together that he has multiple pacts going on?
Yeah, I would say roll an insight check. I thought he would have mentioned... I guess realistically he only mentioned this to Flit, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah. Like I said, I do apologize for any kind of backtracking.
You're good.
Can
14.
anyone or just Joe?
I would say anyone who wants to can.
Cool.
Flit will roll insight. Wait.
I'll roll insight because I'm an idiot.
23.
22!
22. Diana will roll as well. Diana's got good insight. 19. Jericho, you can roll as well if you wish. There it goes. 13. I would say you all can sort of pick up that he has contracts with several patrons. You can't necessarily... You can't get the specifics, like the amount or who they're to, but you can get the idea that he has multiple patrons. I'd say nobody really fails that role.
Huh. You are crazier than I thought.
Oh yes, and one day it will most certainly bite me in the ass, as you would say. But today is not that day, and I don't intend to go down without some sort of a fight.
Wait, can you have multiple packs?
Yes. When I was a young lad, I actually, if we're going into his backstory, let me change the music. Let's go for this one. Yeah. When I was a young lad, I was a up-and-coming wizard. I had written many books dedicated to my studies, but I unfortunately suffered a terrible accident regarding one of my experiments. I was able to be left alive due to a power given to me by a particular patron, and I was permitted to live. In exchange, of course, that I surrender their power. Shoot forward about 20 years, and I found myself in a scenario where I was cut off from my original patron. Only temporarily, of course. But in that time, I received an offer from a different patron. And with my original intention being, of course, to switch from one patron to another, I accepted. Well, as you can imagine, it didn't go down as I thought it would. And I found myself in competing, and he sort of like puts his fists up and like bumps them together, in competing contracts with these patrons. And so I got the idea, maybe I could use this power for good. And perhaps I can use this power and extend it, gather more and more power, so that way my goals could span over the course of centuries. And so I repeated this process time and time again, and now it's not exactly shocking news to any of these patrons that I am now in, of course, the service of multiple of them, but they can't do anything about it. Not without starting some sort of extraplanar war against each other. And none of them want that. So, I'm sitting here until they come to a consensus on what to do with me, and I can tell you right now, that is a long time coming.
Reno, how old are you?
Well, I am above game. I lost the note. CG, because I know I've told you. How old did Reno tell you he was?
Reno is over 8,000 years old.
Thank you. Because I thought that was right, but I don't have it in front of me, so I was thinking 800, and I was like, is it 800 or 8,000? Well, I have seen multiple ages go, spanning across hundreds
Bruno
of...
is his own patron.
Pretty much! Spanning across thousands of years. I was there when Freda came down and introduced herself at the beginning of this age. I am over 8,000 years old. I've seen kings come and go. I've seen the deaths of many close friends, and many more who, well, were not so close. I've seen much death, and I have caused much more.
Not to be rude, but how are you still alive? Is it something with your race, or?
No, it is, as I mentioned, I now have these competing contracts. You see, when most warlocks perish, their souls are under contract, property of their patron. As I currently have numerous patrons all arguing and debating on who gets my soul, I physically cannot die until they decide who it is. Also, having a bit of a deal with the Raven Queen helps.
Is the Raven Queen more special than the others?
Well, the Raven Queen, for those that she deems worthy, can sort of allow her chosen to defy death. And
Sarah's going to look at her pet wolf raven. What else aren't you telling me?
well, first of all, that's not the wolf.
What? Blinks.
Uh,
I'm sorry, what?
Slowly shifts his hand towards his sword.
The party immediately turns to the dog and begins
not-
going for weapons.
He looks at all of you and goes, "I'm just kidding."
Oh,
It's
good. I
happened
thought we
before.
were about to have another accident like yesterday.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, that's
this-
happened before.
See,
Yeah,
that
it
is your
happened.
problem. All of you take what is told to you at face value. That's happened several times for all of you up to this point. And in a degree, it's a little humorous. But none of this. It's a little sad. But yes, it was a joke.
Shit the us, shit
Oh,
the us,
sorry.
shit the us.
Oh, sorry that we don't have 8,000 years of wisdom.
Above game, I'm having a brain fart. What does taking something at face value mean?
Like, everything that we're told is the truth and the exact truth.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
living in a world of no lying.
Yeah, someone walks up to you, said the Earth is flat, and you just go, "Okay, I believe you."
Essentially,
You
he's
believe-
saying y'all have been lied to by people, and didn't give it a second glance.
To be
Yeah.
fair,
Can I insight that?
Not anymore. Oh, you mean
Well-
like insight as to who he's referring to?
Sure.
I'm gonna say no.
To be fair, Reno, this wouldn't have been the first time that Raven was impersonated. Last time was kind of traumatic.
I
And-
got shot last time.
And you may very well again.
also, if
Looks
we're
at the
taking-
dog again.
Not by then.
Also, if we're taking the whole Marissa thing into account, I figured she was going to betray us. I just thought I could get a little bit more information out of her. That failed.
Yes, in that circumstance you were manipulated, but it's understandable. It happens to everyone. Trust me. I know. We were all young once. Even I, with my 8,000 years of wisdom. I was but a lad as well.
Like fossil.
Say that one more time.
Now you are like fossil.
Not wrong. I've uncovered the fossils.
Exactly.
And
you are
you
good
watch
looking
him
fossil.
you watch him like wave his hand and some like strange like helix shaped rock forms in his hands.
The fuck is this? Hoax
Ah,
it.
yes. Oh yes, praise Lord Helix.
He kind of throws up in the air and disappears. Again, I am not a collector, but I seek to learn as much about the oddities of this world as possible. I wish to guard those that are unique. Those that the world may not understand.
Well, that explains the massive library.
Oh yes, a culmination of as much possible knowledge I can work onto a page. Most of the books in there were written by me. That book you're holding was written by myself as well.
Dude, put titles on your works!
Why? I know where I put my books.
Yeah, but say someone else is going to borrow it, how do we know what it's called?
You are the first person to borrow, and he puts in air quotes, my books in about 800 years. Why would I find that necessary? I didn't even say. Technically, you are stealing from me.
Technically, I wasn't able to steal because of that damn door.
A safety precaution. One that I thought
I mean,
a rogue of your expertise would have at least looked into a little bit. He looks over to you, Corbin.
I ran into you first, looking for the door, if I'm being completely fair.
That is true.
I thought we were all friends in the castle. I didn't think there were traps.
I didn't think about it either, and then it dawned on me after I heard a shocking realization.
We may be friends, but that doesn't mean everyone who is in the castle is a friend. As evident with, and he sort of jiggles the gem on the necklace again.
How close is Corvin to Sarah?
Not close enough.
Damn it!
He teleported to the other side of the table, tried to flex.
I wouldn't say flex, more like saying, "Hey, I think I can get a hand at this teleportation thing."
That's fair. That's fair.
Not too crazy.
So,
The moment you open your mouth, Flit, he like looks over to you.
Reno, I think I forgot to ask this. You said you protect the unique. What quality about me qualifies me for that? Is it just that I'm the last one of my tribe?
He sort of leans closer in your direction and he goes, "That is precisely the case. As much as it pays to say, you are the last of a very ancient form of tribe of lizard folk. A tribe known for the beauty of their scales and, well, a tribe that unfortunately does no longer exist. But with you and Toshi here, they continue to live on. You are,
Just
as
wow.
you could say, endangered."
She'll look down to Toshi and smile a little bit.
Mlem.
Lamb.
Your people managed to do wonderful things. And the physical attributes, their scales, well, in all my years, I've never seen anything quite as impeccable as it. You being the last surviving member gives that tribe hope once again.
Flit smiles to herself a little bit, and then she just kind of inhales. Reno?
Yes.
She hesitates for a second. How did they go?
He sort of leans back. A variety of ways. Old age, hunger. Some of them travel to other portions of the world and sort out their own deeds and tasks. But a few of them tried to make families elsewhere, but the line was so thin, and he sort of says with like a little gesture of his hands that it never really, there were no real fruits of their labor. But the worst part was when Coladora came.
Flit was petting Toshi, and the mention of that, she immediately stops and just kind of turns very slowly back to Reno.
He has this like sympathetic expression on his face, like he understands that this is going to be hard for you to hear. He knows. After Coladora discovered just how wonderful your sales could be, she sought out the mature individuals in your tribe. She slaughtered more than I could count. It was a dark day. I still remember walking through that village and the quiet. I had to do something. And as he says that, you can see his eyes look down at Toshi.
Flit breathes in deep. Oh, I'm so grateful for you, for Toshi, and what you did for them. But there's a part of me that wonders mentioned the time where it's funny in the Feywilds.
That
I
it
can't help
does.
but wonder if I was the first, and then when I got away, she looked elsewhere.
He sort of takes a breath as well. Do not blame yourself. You were a child, and there was no way you could have known what she would done. What she would have done.
Let's just thinking to herself. Chest feels heavy.
That would be grief.
I don't like grief.
No
Not
one
many
does.
do.
I'm conflicted. I have so many emotions right now. It's so weird for me. Listening and this heavy feeling from talk about my tribe, the fear I felt from last night, it's still very fresh. The gratitude, the infinite gratitude I have for you, Reno, and the feeling I get when I see everyone concerned about me. I don't know how to feel. Foot just kind of gets up and she just goes and kind of sits on her bed for a little bit with a 1,000-yard stare.
Well, you're currently in the dining room.
Oh, I thought we were in my room.
No, you are in the dining room. There's all of a sudden your bed appears in this room. Whoa!
Sorry. Is there a window?
There's plenty of like big windows in here that look out to the courtyard. The huge sprawling courtyard that it is.
Flit will just kind of stare out one of them, kind of processing the infinite amount of stuff that happened to her. A bit forlorn.
You all watch Reno. He gets up. He leaves his cane at the table. Or his staff at the table. And he walks over to you, Flit. He doesn't touch you, but you hear him behind you go, emotions can give you power. Think on things. Know that your friends have your back. And let you... Sorry, I had a stroke. Excuse me.
I'm over 8,000. It's okay. It happens at my age.
It happens at my age. But know that every bit of pain, grief, tragedy you may be feeling is all natural, and it will give you strength.
Flit will internalize this. He sighs just a little bit and nods ever so slightly, but her gaze doesn't leave.
He sort of turns around and looks at the rest of your group. As he slowly walks back to his seat, he goes, "So, do any of you have any other questions for me?"
You had a pact under Colodora. You'd probably know her more than I do. So, I've had this crazy thought on a way to... You know what? No, I'm not. I'm not going to share that. It's honestly a ridiculous plan that would not that wouldn't even work. That would be the worst thing
Nope.
possible.
Too late. You already started to say it. Gotta share now.
Sarah, if I got in contact with Coladora and probably negotiating our way back home, she'd probably see Flit immediately and take her back with us, and that is the worst possible outcome. So you know what? And the moment I thought about it, no.
Reno sort of leans forward and sort of brings it, like interlocks his fingers on the table. He goes, "Well, Colador is a being of desire. She is negotiable, but it is an incredibly bad idea to negotiate with an archfey.
Oh, trust me, I know that one.
But it is not impossible.
If I would be completely honest, I'd probably put myself in a gilded cage. My ability and let's face it, there was no shortage of people coming up to me and requesting favors, but so I have a lot to offer. It's just I don't want. He's just gonna kind of stop himself.
Colador sees desire, beauty, need in everything she comes across. She dictates the value of whatever she sees, whatever she learns of. To negotiate the safety of Flit, you would have to offer something as valuable in her eyes in return.
Could be anything.
It all depends on what you can offer and how she would value it.
From the corner of the room. She'll probably value the last of my kind pretty highly.
Reno, what did you say Corlador does with
Sarah?
Hello?
I'm here. I can't figure out how to word
Oh,
how to
okay.
word this
You're good.
without upsetting Flit.
I'm just gonna let you go. Go for it.
And what did you say she does with the skins of the lizards?
He sort of looks over to Flit, and he looks back to you. Truthfully, I actually don't know. I have theories. I thought maybe she would make rugs or coats or what have you, but I've never seen anything of the like, so I don't actually know. Perhaps she is waiting for something.
One final piece.
Perhaps. The full set.
Wow, if that's what it is, we're certainly not going to let her get it.
Sarah, you also have to realize that we are talking about an archfey. She could snap all of our necks with a thought. Why she's not here right now, I have no idea.
Because Coladora. And you can see as he's saying this, he kind of peers over his shoulder and looks back to the door behind him. The door that he came in from. He kind of lingers for a moment and then he looks back at you all. Corlador is bound to the city of Navelis. She can't leave. It physically won't allow her to. Her power comes from it. The wanton lust and desire of its people. You could say
So-
city created her as much as she created it.
So that's why she has the henchman, like, what was his name? Falu?
Follow.
Close enough.
Explains why a bunch of my neighbors and family members were so emotionally driven.
Say that one more time?
Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Well, I'm probably speaking too low for the mic to.
No, it was shit on my end. You're good.
Oh, my bad. Anyway,
No, you're good.
So he says that would explain why my neighbors, classmates, and family are all kind of emotional driven.
Indeed. May the city has this effect on its people. One that beckons you to stay. One that beckons you to return if you leave.
Okay. It's not the city that tells me to return. I want to return so I can get my spot back, so I can get my main event back, so I can show the entire city who I am and what I can do, and I am the best of an entire generation, not because of magic.
I didn't say that you were affected by this.
Why? When you have an entire material plane to show.
At this point, I have to prove somebody wrong. I've got to prove to someone that what they did was foolish, and they will regret ever doing it again.
Revenge is a bitter mistress.
Oh, I don't plan on killing her.
That's not what I
Well,
said.
make-
After what I've gone through, trust me, I know all about revenge.
Most of you do. All I am saying is don't let it dictate your path. Don't let it control you, or you will lose yourself to it.
Why do I feel like in my case it's already too late?
He sort of, you all see him kind of look down at his hand, and he looks at the palm of his hand, and he turns it, and he looks at the back of it, and he goes, well, it appears our time is up. I must be away, but if you all need me for any reason, I will be around. And he gets up.
Wait a minute, time. This was timed?
He takes his staff in his hand, comes over to you, Flit, and he just kind of puts his hand gently on your shoulder. Doesn't say anything. But he doesn't say anything, but it's comforting in a way. He turns to you all, gives a gentle bow, smiles, and he walks out.
Walked off before I wanted to ask the last thing.
Do you want to ask another question? Because I can retcon.
No, I think this is fun.
You think this is fun?
Fine.
Oh, okay. I was like, damn, trauma sure is fun.
Oh boy, emotional
boy.
scarring.
You know where to find him. Smile.
Mhm.
Yeah, you are now left in this room. It's kind of by yourselves. Everyone's quiet. In game, not above game. I mean, above game, kind of. Not to give you guys shit. Just fucking with you guys.
I also apologize for asking like 1,000 questions and making stupid comments.
You're good. Don't worry.
I mean, that was just as much me as it was you.
And again, you guys know where his room is. Or at least, most of you do. Some of you do.
Engage Mecha Jericho.
So, you guys now have this room to yourself.
After a tense silence, Foot will just go, you know, we never did ask probably the most important question. What do we do now?
As in, for what?
She'll be coming for me, sending everyone after me. You mentioned bargaining. It's the only way to make it stop. It's the only answer so far.
Yeah, but what do we give up for you?
I'd say fake your death, but by the way Reno talks about this person, that's not going to be easy.
Above game, it's also an archfey. That ain't gonna fucking work.
Foot will
Okay, look, I know nothing about Archfey, so I really can't say anything.
So Foot in game is going to say, well, that won't work. Reno says that she knows where I am now. I wouldn't be surprised if she just knows where I am forever.
Especially because she has all of her hunters out. One of them would be bound to spot you eventually.
What was it that was on Nexus? What was it? An anti-tracking spell? I know he couldn't be transported via teleportation.
Foot, what is your passive perception?
Pretty beefy. 17.
17. As you're saying that, you kind of hold up Toshi, and you see that on your hand is a ring that wasn't there before.
Where'd this come from? She'll kind of hold up her hand. Meh. She's going to lick the ring.
This is a ring of mind shielding.
Ooh.
Ho ho ho.
Flit's going to look at the ring, and then to Toshi, and then back to the door where Reno walked out of. I can never repay him.
I'm sorry, not a ring of mind shielding, a band of shrouds. I apologize.
Ah.
Interesting. I've actually never heard of that before.
Well, with your Mlem, a band of shrouds is a magical ring that prevents anyone wearing it from being scryed upon.
Ah. Just adding that to my inventory.
Nope. As well, I had to double check. It also prevents those of creatures within 60 feet from being scryed upon.
Ooh.
Ooh. That fits a whole bubble.
It does require attunement.
Good to know. Good to know.
You're not currently attuned to it, but you have it now.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to double check because I was like, ring of mind shielding. Actually, I don't think that works on scrying. And so I had to double check, and yeah. Ring of mind shielding just prevents people from reading your thoughts and communicating with you telepathically.
Yeah, because at least with the Band of Shrouds, I can still send messages to you.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. Foot will just kind of... A small smile will appear on her face. I'm thankful for this. I'm thankful to Reno for everything he's done. And I'm thankful to all of you guys for helping me carry this burden. I don't know how we're going to fix it, but hopefully it won't pop up again until we've rescued Nexus at least.
I double checked the ring. It actually prevents you from being targeted by divination magic.
Ooh.
Double checking stuff. Aha! Transmutation.
Alright, good.
Which is a good thing to note, because that means divination magic within your group won't work on you either.
Mm-hmm.
Which includes things like guidance.
Ooh. We're gonna have to warn Punk on that one.
Yeah. That's kind of an important thing for the party to know and have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what? Speaking.
You can give yourselves guidance. But you cannot, within the range of this ring, give each other guidance.
That is very good to know. But it is a ring, so I can just flip it on and off.
Actually, looking at it, no, thinking of it, the wording now, no, actually, you would not be able to give yourself guidance with it if you're in range.
Uh-oh.
Good to
We'll
know.
turn-
I'll double check.
So there is a bit of an unfortunate trade-off with this. But that does mean nobody can scry on your group as long as you're all together.
It's actually pretty interesting. In character. Guys?
Yes.
Flip will hold up the new ring that she has. I think Reno gave me one last gift.
And he was
Oh,
never
I-
seen again, Kappa.
Hey,
I wouldn't say last gift. We're obviously going to see him again, but
And
Little
he
did we
was
know,
never
it was-
seen again.
little did we know, he was actually 2 days from 8,000 years of work from retirement.
Little did we know, he was actually trying to see if Lit would marry them.
Excuse me while I make a roll.
Oh no.
Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying about it now.
Don't worry about it.
Ah shit, we gotta get those divorce papers.
Tiefling folk.
Hypotheticals. Smile.
So I look back to everyone. So Reno gave me this ring.
Lizardlings.
Lizardlings. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Liz.
How would that work? Questions for later.
Yeah, truly. So this is shoot, I just completely fumbled on the name.
Band of Shrouds.
Band of Shrouds. Okay. This is a band of shrouds. It'll help protect us from spells to locate us, divination magic, But it also means that we can't really use divination magic on ourselves.
These.
Ravon.
Oh, my apologies.
You cut out. I was just making sure you were there.
My apologies. I need to go test to see if maybe my other mic will work.
Crosses off guidance as a future cantrip.
Pardon me.
You're good. But do note, gang, that this also means that if you do, say, comprehend languages, detect magic, identify. Well, identify would not. You would not be identifying each other, but spells that you would cast on yourself, divination magic you would catch on yourself. So like, comprehend languages, detect evil and good, things of that nature. You can't use those either if you're within 60 feet of Flip.
Hello there.
Hello. I will repeat
there.
what I just said since Ravon was not here. Yes. This also means, because of the ring, things like speak with animals, detect poison and magic, or poison and whatchamadoogie? Poison,
Yes,
poison and disease, that's what it is. Comprehend languages. None of those work while in range of the ring. Because via the ring, you can't be your own target.
Okay, so but
You are
things
the target
like
of the
bless
spell.
can still work.
Bless is not a divination spell.
Oh, thank God.
I think it's evocation.
You are correct. No, enchantment.
I got a question to ask you later, Tar,
Okay,
about future plans.
I got you. But things like find traps, identify, detect magic, those would still work. Actually, no, detect magic would not work because you are the target of that spell.
So it's any spell that's self or touch, perhaps.
Yes. Even
Like-
ranged if one of you is the target.
Mhm.
But like, say if someone were to use detect magic, Flit would just not pop up on that radar.
Flit
Or would
would
the spell-
pop up on the radar because Flit is not the target. Detect magic, you are the target. You're casting it on yourself.
Okay.
So Flit's signal would still go off from detect magic, but Flit cannot with the ring cast detect magic.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Flit realizes something and then looks kind of down again.
For the record, you don't have to wear the ring. It was good.
I know. She's gonna look down a little bit and look down to Toshi, and she goes, "I wouldn't be able to talk to Toshi anymore."
Sure.
It's gotta, I guess, something else to think about. She's just going to take off the ring and kind of slide it into her pocket for now.
Okay. Real quickly, I don't normally do this in the middle of games, but that's a big honkin' raid. Bosco! With the rate of
What?
61. Hello!
Fucking hell.
How's
run.
it going?
Stop.
Whew. Wasn't expecting that.
Nobody expects the Bosco Inquisition.
Welcome. This is War
Wow.
of the Shattered Sun, a 5e homebrew campaign that I DM here. I am joined by my dear friends, CG, JFrost747, Joe Mojo, Wolfstalker16, and that one Schmug01
Hello.
who is currently
Hello.
a robot using KD bot. And we also normally have Punk Our Dog here, but she's not here tonight, unfortunately. MJF and Hutch vouch for you. How dare they?
Punk died.
Punk did die, that's
Aw.
true. Yes, I
Yeah.
hope it was
Well,
a good
they
stream.
will miss.
Was tonight Arcadum's game? Or was it something else?
I think it was a
something
has-been
else.
signing.
Was it Has Been signing
Yeah.
tonight? I got
Yeah, the one before this has been signing. Like I said, my print was the second one signed.
Got it. Got it. Well, thank you so much, and we hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for the raid, Bosco. You are incredibly kind. Arcade game is postponed. It was assigned. Ah, I got you. I got you. All right.
Gotcha.
Well, continuing. So, you guys have the rest of the day. Now that Reno has sort of walked on out. What do you guys want to do?
Well, CG mentioned doing something fun.
I think Flit at this point wants to do something fun, but is not emotionally stable to do something fun, so we can wait on that.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Oh, what's a good way to get the emotions back in?
Doing something fun.
Other than just doing something fun.
Rovan just
Shooting
pulls
an
out a
apple
wheel
off
of
of Rovan's
cheese.
head.
Yes, pulls out a wheel of cheese. Let us eat our feelings away.
Shooting an apple off of Rovan's head.
You guys were in the middle of breakfast.
Shit! That's right!
Oh, that's right, we were.
You guys were in the middle of a whole meal.
Proceeds to scarf down everything in his path.
Let me just change the music as you guys figure out what you're doing.
In that case, Sarah's just gonna grab an apple and quietly munch.
Okay.
If you want to
Hey, Rob.
off his...
Wow, Katie Bot, not even gonna finish the word there, huh?
Hey, Rolf.
Hey, Ruff.
Hey, Ruff.
Life has many doors, Jericho boy.
Oh no, I just thought it like completely British, like, oi, Ruff, how's the missus?
Oh, he's pretty good. He's pretty good there, Jay. Second breakfast.
So, what are you guys doing? Again, you have the whole day.
Hey.
I think Jericho wants to do something with Rovan. I'm assuming. For those of you wondering, Schmuck is using KD Bot tonight because their headphones are no working, and they don't want to blast the audio from their TV into their microphone.
10 gold to whoever finishes their breakfast first.
Ravon dead
Sarah-
looks Jericho in the eye. You're on. Immediately proceeds to shove.
Sarah
Wait.
shoves her entire apple in her mouth.
I'm going hardcore, boy!
I don't know what a check would be for completely shoving an entire apple in your mouth.
Constitution?
Yeah, Constitution.
I'm gonna call that a constitution check to not choke, because it's a whole apple. Give me a con save.
Quick, we need a doctor. What's the problem? There's an apple stuck. No can do. I can't help you. What?
That's
13?
true. 13? I'll give it to you. It's rough to go down, but you do manage to get the apple. It's one of those, like, you get it down and then you choke sort of things.
Sarah holds her hand out to Jericho and does the gimme motion.
That begs the question. Are Jericho and Rovan currently eating?
Yes. I am.
That was the intent, yes.
Then both of you, I really want to call this athletics.
Can I do something very, very, very bad?
No, because I know what
Aw.
you're gonna do. That's cheating.
Hey!
You
There are
can't-
two people in this world. Those who win and those who lose.
You cannot use peerless athlete to just huck your breakfast into your mouth. I will not allow that.
Damn it.
Both of you give me athletics checks.
Wait, athletics checks, you say?
Yes.
Wait, what are they doing the
Tart.
what are the checks for?
They're seeing who finishes the breakfast first.
Tart. Can I use the other
What?
thing?
But
What is the
But-
other thing?
Well, it's not channel divinity for one, but it
Okay.
is magical.
Scared.
to be fair, Jericho only said to whoever finishes their breakfast first, and Sarah, like, only ever eats an apple for breakfast.
I'm willing to blow through one of my second level spell slots for this.
Enhance ability. Why?
The greatest spell known to man.
You know what? It's not Peerless Athlete. I'll allow it.
Yeah, going for that. Going for the. What is it?
Bear's Endurance?
Constitution. Bear's Endurance.
Oh,
Plus,
you're
I'm
going
getting 2d6 temporary.
Okay. I mean, that won't help you with the athletics check, but I mean, okay.
Oh wait, it's athletics check.
Yes.
The
The con save for Sarah was because she took a whole apple and just shoved it in her mouth.
Okay, you know what? That is fair.
You guys are actually, like, eating your breakfast.
Oh, never mind. Then I'm not going to use this spell then.
Okay. Both of you give me athletics checks.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Schmuck also corrected me. They were specifically talking to Rovan.
I got you.
Yeah.
So, I shoved an entire apple in my mouth for nothing.
Yep. You did do that,
Hey.
in fact.
You did it because it was the spirit, and you were feeling inspired. All right, schmuck, let's do this.
Athletics
Eat
check.
off.
You both start.
I'll give Sarah a 5 gold consolation prize.
It works for me.
It was very impressive watching Sarah unhinge her jaw like a snake, just shove an entire apple in her mouth.
You could say she was really wolfing down her food.
Ha ha!
Oh,
I
fuck
saw that
Rovan.
one coming.
If I wasn't on push to talk, I'd be
16.
clapping.
13.
Ooh.
Jericho wins this round.
Jericho got a head start on you because you were too concerned with Sarah shoving a whole apple in her mouth, so Jericho is able to beat you.
Not fair. Okay. Immediately gets up from the table. We fight now.
Could you guys not do this at the dinner table or the breakfast nook?
Fine, we'll do this out in training yard.
There we go.
You're on.
Boys.
Let's go outside.
Alright, immediately, it proceeds to just be Jericho and Roboan doing the whole Randy Marsh with Sunbro for like the next 5 hours.
Both of you give me con saves as you are beginning training immediately after eating. I mean, the food hasn't even, like, hit your stomachs yet, and you're beginning to now fight each other.
Oh, I really wish I kept that enhanced ability on me.
Well, it's a con save, not a con check. 19?
Definitely. 12.
19.
12's good enough. You're both fine.
Oh, thank God.
That being said...
Huh?
Sorry, my dog walked in. That being said...
Nugget!
Give me
I
athletics
have
checks
an
again.
iron stomach.
You both have iron stomachs. Give me athletics checks again to see who wins your spar.
Can I cheat?
You can cheat now if you want. I will allow it.
Cheating time! It's a cheat day.
He's a holy man.
I'm a holy man. This is my sabbatical.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Jericho would have advantage because, you know, training is like his thing because of his backstory.
Let's get down to
So you both have
business.
it. So you both have advantage. Go for it.
All right, schmuck. You know what this is? It's do or die time.
Y'all are fucking crazy, and I adore you. 16, same number. 23. It's a tough fight, but you're able to get the drop on Jericho. You two managed to break a bench in the courtyard while doing this, though. The fight ends with you suplexing Jericho onto a park bench, a courtyard bench.
Please tell me it's not the bench I used last time.
You
It
win
is.
this round, Rob.
Oh no! Ravon looks at this thing dead-eyed and immediately goes, "Fix it! Fix it! Fix it! Fix it! Fix it! Fix it! Fix it!"
Not the safety bench.
The safety bench. The safety bench is supposed to be fixed. Don't shake. Fix it! Fix it! Fix it!
Did I say the courtyard? I meant the training room.
I don't know landing yet.
Okay.
Well, that bench Rovan was in the training room.
aggressively, fearfully tries to fix this.
If you both want to attempt to try and repair this bench, I will allow it.
Okay.
One of you give me an intelligence check with advantage.
Okay, so that's definitely going to Jericho. I'm dumb as bricks.
It is a wooden bench.
Is IT a wooden bench?
Yes, it is a wooden bench.
Aggressively shaking Jericho while this is happening, going, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it.
That's true.
They have woodworkers' tools.
Oh my god!
I have woodcarver's tools.
You do. You know what? I'll give you advantage. In fact, I'll call it a woodworker's tools check. If you have the roll set up for that. Which I guess in this circumstance would just add your proficiency. Wow. Something that isn't like chef's utensils or fucking thieves' tools coming into play. Unheard of in D&D 5e.
Or disguise kits.
Or disguise kits, that's true.
This is great. We're having a great time. Except that bench. It's not having a good day.
But yeah, Schmuck, if you have wood workers' tools as one of the roles in your tool proficiencies, you can do that. If not, just roll an intelligence. Oh, there it goes. 9. You can tell it's a bench. Jericho sort of stands back and kind of like puts his arms like on his sides, kind of looking proud of himself.
Would you say this is with advantage? Because they do have...
Kitty bot, please.
Yep, that's a nice mahogany right there.
There it goes.
Mahogany.
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 So yeah, Jericho sort of takes a couple steps back, looking like a proud dad who just like put together his son's treehouse. It looks, which oddly enough, it looks more like a box than a bench, but Jericho can tell it's a bench.
Don't tell anyone. If anyone breaks it, it's on them.
I imagine it's all stapled and glued together shoddily.
Yes, absolutely.
There's just a random twig sticking out. We don't know where it came from.
There's like a big hunk, like glob of glue on Jericho's forehead. Don't know how it got there.
Oh, God.
On that note, what would the rest of you like to do with your day?
Not die.
That's unfortunate. Small.
Oh, poop. Oh, poop.
Hey, Tart.
Yes.
If Corbin would ask around into, like, ask mostly a bunch of the castle staff and whatnot, could they point in the direction of, like, a zoo or something of the like?
A zoo?
Yes.
Ooh.
There is a menagerie here in Dragon's Reach.
Cool, because Corbin would, because he'll probably try and grab everybody else, but mostly to brace Flit's.
Corbin bought a zoo.
Let's put a pin in that and maybe. That sounds interesting. No, but he would try and gather everyone once Jericho and Ravon did their thing, and try and raise his Flit's spirits up by going there.
Okay. There is a menagerie. I had to find the name of it because I didn't think this would ever actually come up. So give me 1 second and I will tell you what it's called. Let's see. It is owned by... It is owned by Arthur Orion. And it's called it's just called the Orion Menagerie. I didn't come up with a fancy name for it.
Honestly, that fits with the name Orion.
Arthur Orion.
Oh, Orion.
Yes.
Okay. I put O dash.
Does Arthur have a plan?
Maybe.
One more gig, Arthur.
One more animal, Arthur. It's Tahiti. We go to the Divine Isles, Arthur. So, who all is going out to the menagerie?
Well, I believe that Flit is being dragged along.
Yep.
Flit and Corvin, definitely.
Sarah will.
Okay. Wasn't expecting Sarah to use KD bot there. So Sarah's going. Oh, I see Sarah's muted, that's why. Let's see if Corey and Diana will go. Hold on, let me roll for them. Diana will go, which means by default Corey will go, because obvious reasons.
Oh yeah.
Facts.
Punk will... I doubt Punk will
Parents
get...
came in to fold clothes. Have to be for a minute.
You're good. I doubt Punk will be mad if I have Corey look at cute animals. Or mysterious animals.
Cute, mysterious animals, possible wild-shaped stuff. Shrug.
Ravon and Jericho, do you guys go with them? I think my Discord is freaking out. No, it's fine. I had to double check.
Jetta and Ruff go on a dad quest.
Yes. Also, I hate to be that guy. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is there an exhibit on a certain animal in there?
I don't know. What animal are you talking about?
The one that can keep us all in sable condition.
Wow.
I'm so sorry.
Bring it up.
Ravon is no longer allowed to go to the menagerie
Okay. Sits in the timeout
as he
corner.
sprains his ankle falling down these castle steps.
How many d20s do I need to roll for damage?
Not all of them. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Okay, let me roll.
I hate you, though.
Let me roll 100 of them.
That was a good callback. Though.
I just imagine it's the friggin' scene from like the Emperor's New Groove, just like all those steps.
Yeah.
3 hours
See?
later.
Like, I'm making jokes about how much I hate you, but I had a smile on my face the entire time.
Love you.
It's pretty good. Genuinely, it's pretty good.
This section would legitimately be called the Sable Fable.
Shut up. Not again.
Yes!
By the way, for those who have just joined us, this is an inside joke from last week.
It is.
You can go check out the VOD on youtube.com/fartingtart.
True. Yeah, we started talking about this little weasel animal called a sable. And jokes were made.
I busted out laughing and my parents are staring at me like I'm crazy XD.
Perfect.
So, you all head out to the Orion Menagerie. You can see as you go in, this building is very nice. Completely, like, carpeted floors, like red, like nice carpet flooring. It's a good temperature, so like the animals don't get too hot, and the people who come to see them don't get too hot either. Is anyone looking for a specific animal, or are you guys just sort of perusing?
Corbin's here to make Flit feel better, so whatever Flit wants to see.
Flit would probably look into reptiles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flit, you go over and
Is
you...
there be dragons?
There are not dragons here, no. But I have the next best thing, which was I was actually about to get to. Flit, you go over and you see that there is a giant Komodo dragon. And, like, Komodo dragons are already big, but this one is a...
The
for all,
Ryan.
in all intents and for all intents and purposes, it's a large-sized creature. This thing is big. It's like the size of an alligator.
Dire
Wait, why is
Komodo.
Wow. He's big.
And it's weird. It kind of looks at you, and it comes over to, like, the edge of its little, like, holding area. And it looks at you, kind of, like, staring at you. So you two are sort of staring into each other's eyes. And then Toshi crawls, like, on top of your head. Toshi, like, makes eye contact with it. It sees Toshi. Toshi mlems it. On the nose. On the snout. And then it looks at Toshi. And then it looks at you. And then it mlems you.
Aw. Big lizard party. I'm back.
If there are wolves, Sarah and Raven would probably go hang out with them.
Menageries, you looking around, you can see that these are for
Jericho
more-
stares.
Jericho stares. Jericho sees this entire scenario take place. It's just almost dumbfounded. But Sarah, you try to find, like, wolf creatures, and you can see that there's a dire wolf. There's actually two of them, but there are no, like, standard wolves. This seems to be for more exotic creatures. Even, like, finding the dire wolves, that seems to be kind of, like, the basic of basics here in this menagerie.
Then they shall hang out with the dire wolves.
Okay.
What's going to look
They're snoozing.
over? Foot's going to look over to Jericho, who is currently staring. She goes over and is like, "Come here, Jericho. Come here." Grab him by the arm.
Wait, what?
You've got scales too. Now it's your turn. And
Jericho is currently typing for the chat.
Hold on. What the hell are we doing? Not licking the thing.
Aw.
Corvin is kind of looking at the little info card on, like, the side of the barricade. You probably shouldn't, Jericho. According to this thing, these things are dangerous. How could anyone have this thing as a pet?
It says on the little information plaque, dire
Like they
Komodo
are?
dragon.
Jericho said, "I know, right?"
It did take me a moment. I was like, IKR.
WHO would ever want one of these things as a pet?
I know that KD Bot did not read WHO as WHO. Fuck off.
It did!
Crazy.
Wait, hold on. I think I know the problem.
I think it was because it was in
Who?
all caps.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
It thought it was talking about World Health Organization.
Yeah.
Probably. But yeah, Corbin is just going to look back at Jericho. Exactly. That is just insane.
But yeah, it says dire Komodo dragon on the plaque.
Oh god, it's bigger than.
Oh yeah, this thing's massive. Komodo dragons are already fucking big. This thing's massive.
It did say, for all intents and purposes, it counts as a
Stares in
huge
NATO.
creature.
It is biggie not so smalls. As you guys decide on what else you want to look at, I'm gonna change the music. Let's see. You guys are out in town. I'll go with Waterkeep.
Wait a minute. Is this like that massive snake that Flit made the dinosaur choke on?
No. That was just a snake.
This is bipedal lizard. That's toxic.
Have you ever seen a Komodo dragon, Sarah?
Oh no, I have. They were
Okay.
my favorite creature to go visit whenever my school went on the zoo field trips.
I got you.
You also apparently didn't hear me ask why Nero was here earlier.
Oof.
Who? Smile.
Ah, right.
Mm.
Kappa.
Yep.
Since we're looking at animals,
Flit is taking notes.
yeah, Flit is
Druid
really
notes.
taking notes.
Flit, what is your max CR for creatures you can turn into?
At the moment, 2.
2. Okay. You cannot turn into this thing yet.
Good to know.
I'll tell you right now, the Dire Komodo Dragon is a CR 3.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
not yet, but maybe. CR 3.
It's been a year, but I'm still learning the terms. What the heck does CR mean?
Challenge rating.
Because I hear you get, huh?
Challenge
Challenge
rating.
rating.
Essentially,
Oh.
essentially level.
Yeah.
We can take it.
Oh yeah, any one of your group could fight it.
I'm gonna wrestle it.
You are not Steve Irwin. No.
Rest
I'm
in
the
peace.
opposite of Steve Irwin. I'm the harm assist.
So what else are you guys looking at? What else do you want to explore and find?
If that is not the only lizard, Flit will like to kind of just wander around and look for flying creatures.
Flying creatures. Okay. You come across and you find what looks to be. It kind of looks like a
Would there be exotic magical creatures?
Yeah, some. Speaking of, you look over Flit and you can see that there is what kind of looks like a large hawk or like a giant eagle, but you can see, and it's got like a deer head on top with like fangs and antlers.
Huh.
Make me a. This isn't technically a nature check. I'm gonna call it an Arcana check.
Dude, I took a drink of my soda, and I heard you say huge eagle, and I choked because I thought you were going to say harpy eagle.
No.
May I roll one as well?
Yes. I will allow.
Might I?
That's a 5, by the way.
Yes. Anyone who wants to can roll an Arcana check.
21.
Let me see what everybody else makes first.
Do I count since I'm over by the wolves?
No. You do not.
2!
Okay.
2. Jericho
Love
with
it.
a 13. I'm gonna say 13 is not high enough. So Corvin, this is a Periton. Periton. Never quite have been able to pronounce that word. But yeah, it's essentially a giant fucking bird with a deer head.
Oh, that's what it looks like.
I'll even
Interesting.
say this with a 21, you know that these things are notorious for when they kill their prey, they rip out their heart while it's still beating.
Not as cool as a griffin, though.
No, but looking
right.
around, you do see a large cage with a griffin in it.
Ooh.
What is it?
It would actually be close to where you guys are with the Periton.
Sweats in soldier.
Corin just looks at the bird. Damn, I can't transform into this one. Shame. Looks at the griffin. Looks at the name card. Griffin? That's crazy.
Griffin.
Why is there a Y in there?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before, or anything in here before, except for the parrot over there.
Why is there a Y in there?
Flit.
I could not tell you. Sorry.
No, you're good. Flit, as you're looking at some of these creatures, you see the best of both
My father
worlds.
would often take us griffin riding as children.
You see a creature that is the best of both worlds, and it appears to be a lizard-like creature and a flying creature. It is some... It's like, it's on the surface, it almost looks like it has like skin in a way, but it's got these long wings and this like very thin beak, like head. Above game, it's a pteranodon.
Nani?
I know.
Has very cool like patterns on the wings. And here's where I get to tell you, Flit.
Fanny the Nuck.
Fanny the Nook. Here's where I get to tell you, Flit. A pteranodon is a CR 1/4 creature. There's a whole like collection of these in this like Jurassic Park 3 style like bird pen.
Ooh.
Their bodies are not huge, but as they like spread out their wings, their wingspan is like 15 feet.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a CR 1/4 flying creature that you can turn into.
True, I can do so next level.
Next level, okay. Alright, you don't quite have flying creatures yet, do you?
Right, that is next level, but I can
gotcha.
still see them for later.
Yes. Mental note.
Man, I don't think I've ever seen a flying lizard like that before. Well, you know what? I don't think Orcathian would like me consider he in that group. This is the first time I've seen a flying lizard before.
Yeah, dragons are very particular about where they fall on the lizard scale.
Oh, really?
What's to Jericho? Big blue dragonborn.
We're reptilish.
He says, sort of like, with the little like, hand gesture.
Oh, so that's why you didn't want to mlem with us. Okay. Wait, can you mlem?
No, that's weird.
Damn!
Oh,
Wow, calling him out.
If you guys are
Mental
still
note.
looking... Go ahead.
mental note of that for later. Go ahead, Tart.
If you guys are still looking at the flying creatures, you see what appears to be, in one of the cages, a Manticore.
What?
What
Yep.
the heck is that thing?
Big ass,
what
like,
does that
lion body, huge wings, it's like freaky head.
Someone called Danny Sexbang.
It's got a
I-
long tail that with like spikes on the end, but its tail looks like it's been. It's got like this weird like harness on it. So as it moves around, you can see the tail is like just kind of like slumped on the ground, kind of dragging behind it.
Oh, I see what they did.
Someone did something very mean to this human.
So, I'm another brain fart. What's the difference between a manticore and a griffin?
Google it.
Uh,
You
about
will
to-
see
I'm about
the
to post an
difference.
image.
There you go. That's a manticore.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Actually, Tart,
Yes.
question.
Answer.
Considering this menagerie has a whole lot of fancy animals and other things,
Oak.
would I be able to find either a
Oh yeah, Katie
chimera
bot?
or a hydra?
Oick.
Moloch.
He didn't even
Oh.
read the first sentence.
Weird.
Hold on. Let me try this.
Hi.
There it goes.
Okay.
What was your question, J Frost?
Oh, is there potentially a chimera or a hydra in this exhibit?
There is not a Hydra, because they're not going to lock up a CR9 creature in here.
Ah, beans.
But, let me
Is
double
there a
check.
Nemean lion?
There is a lion, and it is quite large. But there is not a chimera in here, no.
Damn it.
Schmuck, you can't
Sad.
get back at the at Nemean CAT.
Yeah, there is a big lion in here that appears to have pure white fur
Nani?
and, like, red eyes.
Nani? Backing the fuck up.
Are you doing anything with this lion? I thought you were, like, gonna go somewhere with this.
Okay, look, half of me wants to be idiot brain and wrestle. The other half wants to actually be intelligent and stare at this thing and kind of admire its beauty.
Make me a wisdom check.
Okay. Wisdom?
Yes.
No.
Okay, it's just a check, not an actual, like, save.
I was about
Correct.
to take a drink, but you actually have me thinking. Hold on, reaching. He says reaching for dice. No, just a check. Just a check.
Okay. Oh, I mean, it can't get any worse.
If you had
19,
if you had
okay.
nat one on that, I swear I was gonna make you regret it.
You said... I mean, I could choose to fail.
You kind of look around, Rovant, and you see that there are some heavy-duty looking guards around. You would probably get thrown out.
Under his breath, in Celestial, another die. And kind of just eyes the lion, he immediately puts 2 fingers to the eyes, 2 fingers to the lion's eyes, and just keeps going.
The lion is gonna insight you.
Do it.
It rolled a 3.
Goliath tribe.
Which, actually, according to this, would be a 4.
Oh shit, it has some wisdom. It's wise enough to know that it's living a comfy life.
Alright. Is that all you guys are doing here? Or is there anything else specific you want to look for?
I think Flit would like to. What the last thing that she would like to do
Okay.
is look for the biggest thing.
The biggest thing. Fucking, of course you do. Of course
Looks
you do.
at dire wolves in concern.
That's cute. That's cute
I
that you
mean-
think the dire wolves are the biggest thing here. Flip.
The Manticore's big.
As on brand as it could fucking be. You look over and you see that there is a giant ape.
Here comes the
in a-
Dersk.
in a giant like pen sort of area. It has like its own like habitat off to the side.
Flit's gonna walk over to the giant ape.
God,
Rovan, do not throw a child in there.
Let's not with that.
Can we not? That shit
Shout
was
out to
funny in the first place.
2016, the year that we all regret.
And it's funny because it was only a couple days ago that it was the anniversary of that.
I don't. That shit was never funny in the first place.
Anyways, start.
But Flit, it's quite on brand for you. Seeing this big fucking ape. Return to monk.
Foot will walk over to the giant ape and just go, "Thank you for lending me your strength." She's just gonna like, do I have any rations? Actually, no. That's probably not a good idea. It's probably very, very obvious sign. Do not feed animals.
Make a
Just
wisdom
gonna
check.
be like,
Rovan, I made Rovan do it. I'm gonna make you do it.
Do it! Return
Come
the
on.
monkey! Return the monkey!
22.
Damn it.
22. You figure it's probably not a great idea to feed the monkey.
Man.
However, the idea of also conjuring a bunch of gorillas in there does kind of occur to you for a split moment. But you decide against it.
Become
We get-
one with monkey.
We get 4 total. Along with the big ape, we get enough for a wrap.
That's DK. Hey, Flit, actually think about it now.
Become a monkey.
You can't put your finger on it. But this monkey, this giant ape, seems slightly familiar. And if you CG can figure out why, I will give you inspiration in an upcoming session. Continuing. So, for the sake of time, I'm going to say we end that day there. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Alright.
good with that.
Alright. So, change the music here. Let's go with this one. Yeah. So, y'all finish up the day, kind of get some little errands. Grazia sort of comes by with like some of the prototypes, quote unquote, for your gala outfits. And eventually, you all bunk down for another long rest. 6 days remain until the Austerius Winter Gala. Somebody, go ahead and for the next day, for the event of the next day, go ahead and roll me a d20. And we'll see what we get before we take our break.
Hmm.
I rolled last time.
Yeah, Joe did roll last time.
I can do it.
Let's give it to Sarah.
$11.
11. Okay, I can't do that one without Corey here, so we're gonna go to the next one.
I was gonna say, do you want me to roll again, or?
No, it's fine. I'll just go for the next one. For the closest event to that. So,
Yay.
you all, hold on, I've been pinged. I've been pinged. You know what? Jericho brings up a good point. Jericho does bring up a good point. We're gonna do that instead. Yes, indeed we are. So, we are going to take our break really quick. No, I'll do this before we. I'll kick this off before we take our break. So, Jericho. Let me find my music. Let me find proper music.
I'm getting more concerned.
As you should. Smile.
Uh-oh.
Dad.
It's not your dad. Jericho. As you're waking up the next morning, you wake up, and as you're beginning to exit your room, behind you, you can see shining past you is this pulsing bright blue light. And inside your head, you can hear a menagerie of voices. Turn around, don't turn around, turn around. Don't turn around, turn. All kinds of voices, just half of them telling you to turn around, half of them telling you to not turn around. Different ages, different genders. What do you do?
Well, shit.
Okay.
One quick second.
You're good. All right. Everyone, please be patient, as Jericho is currently using KDBot. They're typing, you see. So, gang, while we wait, how's everybody doing? Oh, wait, here we go.
Jericho is going to try and drown out the noises as much as he can and see if he can pinpoint rubies.
Rubies. As you're trying to drown out these voices, they are overflowing your mind. Make me a wisdom saving throw. And everyone else in the party, roll me a D100. Oh, no.
18?
This is where Jericho dies.
Oh!
Holy
Nice. Natural 100.
Hot damn.
Never thought I'd see it.
Never thought I'd see it either.
J Frost.
I've only seen this twice.
I'm waiting on Rovan to roll me a D100 as well.
Watch me a nat one.
You know,
Come
this
on,
act-
that one. Here we go. Ah, 88.
This
I'll take it.
actually works, considering that Corey and Diana recently have been staying in the Echo Day and not the castle. So this actually works. Jericho, and I want to preface this because, my man, you failed the save by 1 point. And it's as heartbreaking as it is hilarious.
Oh no.
Yep, I'm gonna die.
You're not gonna die. Maybe. We'll see. Jericho, as you try to drown out these voices, you feel them almost like grasp your mind and your very essence, and you almost feel forced to turn around.
Get out.
As you
No.
turn around, you see this bright blue flash. Flit, Rovan, you both see Jericho standing in his doorway, massive bright blue light forming from his room, and you watch his entire figure shift and distort and disappear. Flit with a natural 100. You can see that there is a figure in the room. But because of that natural 100, I'm going to need you to make me a wisdom saving throw as well.
Oh.
I'm good at those. I'm not good at those 12.
Rovan, you watch as both Jericho and Flit distort and shift, and almost like the screen of a computer like turning off.
Time for the Jericho and Flit retrieval arc.
You watch them
Fuck.
both pew, and disappear. And that is where we're going to take our break.
Oh, you son of a...
We will
Okay, so holy fucking shit.
we will handle that when we come back from our break. Thank you all so much for joining us so far. We're about to do some fun shit, boys. This was rolled last week, but Jericho/Schmuck wasn't here, so we couldn't do it. And now, shit's about to go down.
You know, I'm kind of glad we put this off till this week because that would have been two stressful things happening in one session.
Indeed, it would have.
Tart,
Yes.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you put the Shadow Riders arc from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX into this campaign.
Okay, let's.
Why?
Ouch.
Roger, did I freaking
Wait.
just...
My heart.
They were actually a good
Hold up.
campaign. That was a good part of the arc. Come on.
Hold up though. Does that mean we get the Amazon lady?
Do we?
That was in
Because
that was in GX.
Yeah.
That was the one I was referring to.
Yeah.
GX.
Yeah,
So-
Shadow Riders.
Who knows?
So-
Maybe we will. Smile.
Because dibs. If that's the case.
Immediately getting the bonk stick.
We know what Joe's about. But, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
we are going to take our break. Before that, I have a few people I need to thank. I need to obviously start off by, again, thanking Bosco for the fucking raid of 61 people, like the madman that he is. And I have to thank the Bethanista. I hope I say this right. Beats Ox, Pincoda Panda, and Clover the Crybaby for the follows. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Yes, this is a wonderful D&D game that we do weekly. We are currently, for those of you who are new here, we are currently in the middle of the party is currently in the middle of a 2-week sort of, you could call it a break, but as with what you just saw, it's not entirely a break, but they're in the middle of a 2-week period where they're waiting for a party, a gala that they are required to attend to sort of come around. And in that 2-week period, they're handling some business, doing things, relaxing a little bit, and, of course, being abducted. But if you enjoy this campaign, we do this every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on this channel, and we have a good time. We are, unfortunately, missing our friend Punk tonight, who Punk is our wonderful druid, Water druid monk, Rehua Kore, and we miss them dearly. Punk, unfortunately, had to do some Memorial Day stuff today with their family. Like a fucking nerd. But yeah. If you enjoy, make sure to tune in. There are also VODs.
Punk will be missed.
Punk will be missed. Punk actually died, fun fact. But if you enjoy this campaign, there are VODs up on YouTube at youtube.com/fartingtart. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And if you had to step away because of the raid, you had to raid and run, I totally get it. No pressure whatsoever. This is just a fun thing we like to do every week. And I hope that people enjoy it. My players seem to enjoy it, as I inflict them with trauma.
Yeah,
What are you wondering if we enjoy?
The game. And everything it entails. Including haha cool animals and impending trauma.
I lost the
I
game.
eat drama for breakfast. Dart.
Anyways, I am going to, really quick, I'm going to go top off my water, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Tart. Oh, he left.
I'm still here. I actually didn't step away yet because I'm looking for music.
Tart?
Hey,
Yeah.
CG.
Your Barovia DM will remember this.
Hey, I haven't done
What's
anything to you. Smile. Not yet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, ready to go into the Shadow Realm?
How are we getting there? With, perhaps, magical buzzsaw kneecap discs?
y'all gonna find Sindri for us?
Look, if we're going into the Shadow Realm, I'm just gonna let you know I'm going to cheat, and I am going to bring freaking what's the archetype? I'm gonna be freaking dragon rulers into here. We're getting out. Apparently, Scale Squad is due for some trauma. I really hope that me being there very much helps you in some way, Schmuck. I have no idea what's going on, and I'm very scared. Please hold me.
Me
Please
too.
clap. Just remember, use the Exodia deck like we talked.
I am back.
Only if I draw Magical Library first.
Pot of Greed, my guy. Pot of Greed.
Well, what does
Hey.
it do?
Everything.
I ain't actually going to cheat. I'm going to use legal cards and just draw my entire deck in one turn.
That's right. I'll sacrifice God.
I need art of Flip and Jericho just doing the Shaggy and Scooby thing where Flip jumps into Jericho's lap.
Lol. Wait, hold up. You wouldn't happen to have had your little lizard on you when you went, pop, did you?
I assume that Toshi is with me 24/7.
Oh no. Now there are 3 people to worry about.
I'm not sure, but I think Tart called it the sprinkle effect.
Okay, which sprinkle are we talking about? Like sprinkle as in things like you sprinkle like a little bit of water over something, or sprinkle like the delicious topping?
No, sprinkle as in the ferret from Critical Role that no matter what they did, no matter where they went, it was on their cleric at all times, and they went like diving into like volcanic vents. They were in an icy tundra. That ferret was still alive.
Why am I alive?
Endurance with the supper.
Oh, a Murloc joined.
Send my body to the stars.
Choggy?
I wish.
That's
Oh, that would
Australian.
Shout out to our Curse of Stride games every other Tuesday here at twitch.tv/RollingDirt.
Yeah.
Run by the wonderful CG.
Well, maybe not so wonderful after today. I'm allowed to be scared, damn it.
I mean,
Take it.
CG, but think about this though. You can get him back.
Take it 12
Yeah,
steps away
true.
from Gray.
Played by a real Australian, not a fake one like me. Nice one, schmuck.
Alright. Is everyone back? Are we good to continue? Roll call. CG.
Yo.
J Frost.
Whoa.
Joe. Sarah.
I can't do that voice. I'm here.
Shmuck.
It's spooky in here.
It is. That's true. So, let's get right back to it. So, Ravon, you have just watched 2 of your friends disappear. You know that you all were getting ready to meet for breakfast. So you full sprint run down to the dining hall where Sarah, Corvin, Diana, and Corey are.
kicking the, not even kicking the door, just actually like you know, shoulder tackling in like a Blood Bowl.
Yes.
Just shoulder tackling through the frigging door, with Babushka in hand, already on fire.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you roll a check. You fucking knocked the door off its hinges, and it's a big door.
Yeah.
What? Rovan, why did you destroy the door? We're gonna have to pay for that.
Don't care. Flint, Jericho, missing. He immediately went pop.
Like, what do you mean? What happened before they went pop?
Blue light, Jericho glowed. Suddenly, Flint, it looked, and then pop.
Okay, where did they pop?
Bedrooms, missing, gone. Nowhere, no sign, nothing.
Wait, slow down. Take a breath. Pop? Like, teleportation pop?
I do not know. Come, immediately grabs Sarah and runs, and he immediately screams, "Follow!"
I follow.
Okay.
Diane and Corey
imagine
sort
him
of share a
carrying-
look, and they follow as well.
I
was
just
about to
imagine him
ask.
carrying her under his arm like a football.
Oh yeah, it's football time. But
Rovan,
remember not to spike Sarah.
Rovan, you lead the rest of your group back to where this event took place. The rest of you see Jericho's door is open, but everything seems accounted for. There's no like marks or anything on the walls. There's no bright light like you saw before.
I'm
Rovan.
gonna try and use PTT for the scene in the Upside Down.
Okay.
God damn it.
But-
Immediately gonna blow through one of these.
A divine sense.
Divine sense.
Yep.
You turn on your divine sense, and you don't get anything.
Fiend, not celestial, not undead.
Could you put me down, please?
Still gripping. Do not watch to lose more people.
Okay, can I, like, roll an investigation check to look around the room?
Sure, make an investigation check. With disadvantage because he won't put you down. So you're just kind of having to do it from his arm. 2?
Oh no! Blue.
Things look fine. Diana is going to... Does she have detect magic? She doesn't have it prepared because she would have unprepared it because of Flit's ring.
What?
Also, that in it.
Corey would've.
She didn't have it beforehand.
I will
What-
say
what-
that Flint didn't put on the ring.
Oh, that's true. You didn't put on the ring. Well, still, she didn't have
Just
it prepared.
2 cardboard cutouts of Flit and Jericho. It's fine.
What were you saying, Corbin?
Would Corey have it prepared today?
Would Corey have it prepared today? Let's find out together, shall we?
Because I know, I know Corey likes to use that just about every other day.
I'm going to assume yes. Corey doesn't have it prepared. But I'll
Alright,
say
okay.
because you just got a long rest. Let me see. Let me make a roll to see if Corey would have prepared the spell.
If she wouldn't, I do have it.
You do have it, which is good because Corey rolled low.
Poop.
But do you have it, Rovan?
Yes, I do.
Alright.
Thank you, Paladin.
Detect magic. You looking like you do detect magic, and you can tell that there is this wild residual energy of some arcane power. It's not actually, is that, hold on, I had to double check. I had to double check if this is a school of magic.
Okie dokie.
It is. I don't know why I had to Google that. That was an obvious answer. You detect Dunamancy.
Okay. He immediately looks to the group. Are any of you familiar with Dunamancy?
A little from what Adam Acosta has told us.
Well, that's the magic.
Sarah's just getting freaking swung around while Rovon turns.
Very much.
Ravon, if you may, can you put down our friend? It's...
Seriously, you're gonna make me sick. Put me down.
Just stay very close, okay? Immediately, like, sits down, but, sets down, literally, 2 inches away from him.
There, that allows me to focus a bit more.
Not that I think it's going to help very much, but can I try re-rolling investigation?
I will allow it, yes.
$11.
11, you begin to scour the floor and kind of look around the room, but nothing seems out of place. It's almost as like the room is untouched.
Alright, this is a long shot, but I'm gonna use sending a message to Adam Acosta.
Okay, what does your message say?
Flit and Jericho disappeared. Residual Dunamancy was found. Can you help?
Allow me to make a roll here. Okay.
'Cause I'm not sure if it's okay.
No, you're good. I know what you were about to ask, and instead of you having to make a roll in this circumstance, I have to.
Mm.
You
I'm
don't
not sure.
get anything back.
Crap. Okay, I figured this would have happened.
Okay. Even longer shot. Can I roll Arcana to see if I know anything about this?
Sure.
Six. That's a no.
This was most definitely some sort of magic. Let me actually make another roll here. Think about it now. Yes. Alright, cool. As you all are sort of sitting here pondering, wondering what to do next, Rena walks by and sort of peers into the room. What has happened?
Dunamancy magic. Flit, Jericho went pop.
He sort of looks at you with like a strange look. Really?
Shakes
Yes,
head
and-
violently.
Pop?
Well, glowing blue light then.
He sort of squints his eyes with the confused expression on his face not really changing. Just kind of squints his eyes and goes, I see.
Can I insight that?
Sure.
Same?
May I as well?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh boy, here we go, inciting again.
18. That's better.
3.
19!
Your description of what happened to them has done nothing for him. That is what you put together. Like,
Shit.
he still has no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Ravon, can I give the full explanation?
Yeah, you sort of regale the events of what happened.
Yeah.
And he
Complete.
sort of stands back up a little bit. Well, he sort of corrects his posture and he goes, I see. Come this way. Let us see if we can find your friends.
Okay. Oh, also, Emily she's babushka.
Okay. You
Don't
all
need another flying sword.
Yeah. You all are Hi, Nug. You all are brought back to the room you just came from, the dining room. And he sort of instructs you all to take a seat.
above game. Are we doing the seance?
I don't know. Are you? Smile.
I swear to God, if he brings out a Luigi board.
A quiche board.
No, we can only afford the Wario board.
What we are going to attempt to do now is that I am going to attempt to find your friends. This is going to take a lot of focus and a lot of power, and it's going to require your help. What we're going to do is that I need you all to invoke your best memories of either Jericho or Flit. Choice is yours, but do what you can. And we're gonna move from there. I'm going to put on some different music. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine.
BCG,
Yeah, schmuck.
are you ready to die?
I have the song playing. I do not actually have the song playing.
Flit and Jericho. When we went to our break, the last thing you both saw was this bright flash of blue light. Flit, you saw some sort of figure standing in Jericho's room. And as this bright light overtakes both of your vision, it sort of fades away, and you find yourselves both in the ruins of a city.
What? What are you doing here?
Jericho? What? We saw you.
What?
I saw you vanish.
The monster, he got me. There. We have to save Ruby. Let's find. Jericho at this point is just like distraught because he has like literally like looked. Did he see the face of the monster tart, or?
You didn't see anything. All you saw was a bright blue light that just entirely took up your vision.
Okay, but like, going off of like,
Schmuck?
Uh-oh.
Did we lose Schmuck? We might have lost Schmuck.
That's not good.
We'll wait a moment. We'll see if they come back. Let me tag them. Hold on. I saw them mute and unmute. Schmuck, you there?
so the internet did the
Oh.
Alright, I apologize.
You're good. Don't worry. It happens.
What I cut out?
You were asking a question. I said you saw the bright light and you started to ask a question, but you didn't get very far into it.
Oh. Okay. Well, like, going off of, like, Japan and
and the visions that he's been like getting, Jericho could Jericho would probably put together that that he is where Ruby and the monster that's hunting her is, right?
You could probably make that assumption, yeah.
Alright, Flit. Flit?
Jericho?
Oh, do you remember the dreams and the visions that I've been getting lately?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think we're here. I heard overlapping voices in my head telling me not to look, and then to look, and all the dividing voices were just too much for me, and I turned around and I was teleported here.
Speaking of here, as you both sort of look around, you can see, now that you've you haven't really gotten your bearings yet, but you sort of take a look at the area around you, and you can see that the city is completely in ruin. You are in the middle of what seems to have been originally maybe like a market district or something. You can see sort of disheveled stalls and like carriages that look like they had like supplies either being loaded or being unloaded from them, crates that have been knocked over, barrels that are sort of sitting up against these carts. But the city around this area is just completely in ruin. Buildings with massive chunks taken out of them, complete foundations that have just crumbled to the ground. It's not a tall city. It's definitely not like Dragon's Reach that you were in. In terms of structure, it almost seems to resemble maybe Haven that you guys went to when you went to the Ashen Vale. In terms of size, quote unquote.
Okay, look around. What time of day would it be, or like?
In terms of time of day, it seems to be morning. The clouds are in the sky, and it is gently raining. It sounds like there's a thunderstorm on the horizon.
Okay, Flit. Flit. Just be in your guard. We're in unfamiliar territory. Let's just try and... God damn it.
Windows. They'll get you like that.
Yeah, right? Let's just try and find our way through. Any clues, as to like where we are, and If Ruby is here, then we have to save her.
As Jericho is talking to Flit, Flit is visibly starting to shake and visibly starting to get scared.
Jericho. So go ahead, CG.
Again? God, again?
Hey. Flit. I need you. I need you to look at me. Okay, Jericho. Jericho is gonna like grab Flit, not like hard, what like firmly enough to like try and get her to like come to her at senses, kind of listen, Flit. I need you to stay calm and focus. All right. I promise you that I will not let anything happen to you.
As Jericho says that, a bolt of lightning crashes into the middle of this market district you're in, about 45 feet away from you. And there's a massive spark, and some of the like cobblestone flooring shoots up into the air in debris. And where you both saw this lightning strike, you now see a single figure, a being of what appears to be pure, radiant blue ethereal energy, wearing black armor that almost resembles cloth more than like metal.
Or you the fucker who's been in my dreams?
As you look, you can see that there are splinters in the armor, areas that have been either cut out or damaged, and in those splinters you can see the bright blue light underneath of whatever this being is. You can see that where its face is, it's just this form, this like featureless form of a head in this blue energy, and they have a simple black iron helmet around their head.
Who are you?
The being says nothing,
God
and you
damn it.
watch as it sort of flourishes his hand, and in its hand this longsword of pure blue energy emerges.
Look behind me.
That will do so.
And as it stands there and it looks at you both hear in your mind a cacophony of voices. Must protect her, must protect. But they all say the same thing. Must protect her.
Protect. You're talking about Ruby? Where is she?
The being says nothing. It takes a step forward. As it approaches, you can hear the voices slowly getting louder and louder. More voices beginning to fill both of your minds, all saying the same thing.
Jericho is going to pull out Harbinger, and he's going to get into a protective stance, and he's going to say, look, I'm here to help her too. I just need you to tell me where she is, and if she's okay, and I can help her.
You both hear, as you say that, this, where they all have been sort of disheveled and all sort of saying things on their own accord. You all hear them synchronous, a choir of them all shout, "You lie!" And then you hear one single voice, what sounds to be a young man, simply go, "I must protect her." And I need you both to roll initiative.
Wait.
Oh no.
Flit. No matter what happens, you stay behind me, okay?
Okay. Natural 1.
Natural 1.
Oh, fuck.
I need the rest of the party to roll me initiative as well.
Natural 20. 22.
Nice. So, actually, I can't do this on here.
19.
I don't actually have a map for this. I hope that's okay. We're going to theater of the mind this a little bit.
Righty. Uno minuto. Now I roll for the initiative.
Better is theater of the mind, honestly. This is a great mental setup.
Hell yeah,
I just didn't have enough time to set up this map. I thought I had, and then I looked earlier today. I was like, ah, fuck. I haven't done it yet. Alright, so...
Can't believe you've done this.
Sarah, 19. Let me see. Corvin, 11. Ravant. I'm actually gonna change this music. It doesn't actually fit as well as I thought it would. Then Flit, a whole 4. Oh, I should roll for Corey and Diane as well. Diane is also an 11. Corvin, you will go first. And then I need... Where's Corey? There's Corey. Corey has a 7. 7. And then... Let me find different music. Let's see. What's a better... Combat in the Ruins! Yeah! There we go! You guys are fighting in the ruins, huh? Alright, let me roll initiative for this bad boy. Let's see... I need to zoom in on the sheet. Fuck. Initiative is... Okay. Not a natural 20, but close enough. Jericho, I'm gonna let you... Oh, it was 22 actually, so you would still be ahead. Never mind. Ignore me then. All right, Jericho. Starting off, top of the round is your turn.
Okay. All right. Jericho is going to try and still talk it down.
What do you say?
You want to say, listen, Listen, I promise you, I'm not lying. I've been having these visions about her, and all I want to do is protect her and save her from whatever is haunting her. Please, just see. I'm going to try and roll a persuasion, right?
Do you have Harbinger out?
I do,
Okay. Then
but it's for a defensive, like a stance.
it still counts. You still have it out. You're gonna have disadvantage on this persuasion check.
Damn. Can I retroactively put it on the ground?
I'll allow it. That will make it a flat roll.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Let's see. Come on, dice, don't fuck me.
We'll call all of this 11. All right.
Oh god.
Okay. You drop your weapon. You say that. But with his check, you don't persuade him.
Yeah.
He keeps walking forward. He's currently within about 25 feet from you.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of figured that.
Persuasion's
So-
not Jericho's best stat.
Yeah. No. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Well, I guess. Well, I guess these negotiations have broken down. Jericho doesn't know what else to do but to protect himself and flit. So, Sorry, question.
Yes. Answer.
Action surge is a bonus action, right?
I don't know. What does it say? It should be.
It's a free.
I don't think it.
Joe says it's a free action.
Huh?
Joe says it's a free action.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you just do it.
Oh,
I'll double check, but I think Joe is right. Yes. Yeah, you just
Okay.
get it. You just do it.
oh, okay. So I'm going to action surge. I assume that the first action would be to pick up the, Harbinger, or
I
would that
think.
be, or would that be a bonus action?
I think picking up a weapon that's on the ground is technically just a free action.
Is it?
I think so. Am I wrong, gang? DMs?
I would say
Depends.
I'll say that everything you said to it, making the persuasion check, dropping your weapon, and then picking it back up, I'll count that as one bonus action.
Okay.
One source says it's a free action.
Okay.
Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Ookly dokily then. So, I burned the bonus action then. So that would be, that would still be for a attacks, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll.
Alrighty. Well, I tried the peaceful approach. It
You did?
didn't take, so now I'm going to whacking.
Go ahead and roll all 4 attacks, and I'll tell you which ones hit.
None hit. No, I'm kidding. No.
None of them hit.
Yeah, I figured.
The 21 and the 27 hit.
Oh, okay. Damn, 18 doesn't hit? Jesus. Whew. Alright, so that's 6.
Oh, that was a low roll. That sucked. Oh,
my
no!
Oh my god.
2 ones!
Okay.
That's rough. You seeing that negotiations have sort of fallen through, you say, all right, I gotta protect myself, and you just start going to town. And you originally, looking at this thing, you don't expect its armor to be very tough, as it really looks like cloth, but you take that first swing and it just completely pings off of it. It completely takes you back, like, oh shit. And so you swing a bit harder twice, and even with that, it seems like it just barely cuts into it. It cuts into the armor. You see that you can see that it cuts into the form underneath, and as you pull out, the form underneath sort of regrows, but the armor, the damage to the armor stays.
Oh, fuck.
It seems like you did damage to it.
Yeah, you're a tough one, aren't you?
And then on that last attack, you bring down Harbinger, and it completely grabs it with its hand right before it sinks into its shoulder. Just grabs the blade and goes, "See, you lie!" And pushes Harbinger off. What else you got?
That's it, Chief.
Okay. It is now its turn. And you watch as you're standing in front of it now, you watch as its form shifts and distorts. And in a flash, you see it like a quick flash of it in different like poses, and you watch as this like shriek across the air of this glowing longsword comes down and slashes you across the chest.
Oh.
That is a 29 to hit.
That misses.
That misses? Alright, cool. I thought so.
No.
That is...
No, that hits.
I figured, but I had to make sure. That... Oh my god! That was a lot. That is... Ooh. You know, I made jokes that Jericho might die, and, you know...
Yeah, I figured. I figured.
Let's see. That is 34 damage on the first attack.
And that's just the first attack. That's like half my health.
Second attack.
All right, so 34, right?
Yes. Well, the good news is that the second attack does miss.
Thank God.
I do, however, need to roll something else.
See.
Okay, you got lucky. And then you flit. As you're seeing this go down, you see it shifts, and it takes 2 attacks on you as well.
Ah!
Oh, fuck.
That is a natural 1 to hit, so I'll roll severity, but that should not hit. Okay, just misses. The second one is a 23.
Yeah.
Okay. That, oh my god! Actually, I thought that was a 0. Never mind, we're good. That is... Man, it's weird that 6s and 9s on dice look the same.
Nice.
That is 18 damage. Huh, funny enough, I rolled 3 6s. And then I need to roll a die. Flit, I need you to make me a con save.
Oh boy. That's an 8.
8, okay.
We're in danger.
As that second attack hits, You feel this necrotic energy seep through your body. Oh wait, it says radiant or necrotic, so we'll make it radiant. It seeps through your body and you take an additional, ironically enough, 6 damage.
Fucking.
But it's weird because you both could see it like shifting through the air, but it never left its spot, as far as you could tell. That's gonna be his turn. Sarah, I need you to tell me about a memory you share with Jericho or Flit.
Um,
One that that you have some sort of emotional attachment with, whether it be happiness, sadness, whatever.
just fear work.
Sure.
The time that I shot Flit while they were playing hide and seek.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Go ahead and make me a history check with advantage. As you begin to think on this memory, and you see Reno's eyes as the thoughts of this memory begin to course through your mind, you see his eyes glow.
7.
Okay. Marking that
Yeah,
down.
we'll do that.
You see his eyes begin to glow. You all have sort of locked hands in a sort of seance fashion. Alright, that's going to be your turn. Corvin, what do you got, my man? So, for reference, because I may not have made it clear, you guys remember how I said we're doing the Matt Mercer rules for Resurrection?
Yeah.
Where you're making ability checks to try and, you know, help the DC. You guys are making ability checks. Flit or Jericho related ability checks.
Oh.
So Corvin, on that note, it's your turn. Corvin?
He says Nat just died.
Uh-oh. Alright. We will come back.
Hopefully.
We'll come back to Corbin. We'll go to Diana, who is going to make a, let's see. I'm gonna make an Arcana check, because, yep, there goes Joe. Because, Diana recently was trying to teach Jericho the basics of magic. Yee. With advantage, 22. Alright. That adds to the threshold. Then we have Rovan. It's your turn.
Oh boy, here I go. Fighting again.
Well,
First
fighting,
form.
quote unquote.
First and foremost.
Okay. I should make it clear you're not actually in combat.
Oh, never mind. Forgive me.
None of you have
Just-
any idea what's currently going on with Jericho and Flit.
My apologies.
You're
I've
good.
literally been trying to keep track of everything.
No,
and
you're
I'm
good.
losing myself. I have no idea what I could do. The hell?
Okay. Corvin said he is going to play the song Ashen Veil that he wrote for Jericho. So I'm going to pull up Corvin's sheet, and I'm going to roll him a performance check. I think that seems fair.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Performance, which, God. It has advantage.
It's
Wow.
like
Glad I had advantage.
impossible for him to fail.
So, 16... Okay. That adds the DC. Or the DC threshold. Ravan.
Yeah.
Now, what are you gonna do?
I don't know what I could do.
You have plenty of memories with Jericho.
I do. Most of them involve fighting and eating.
Yup.
I would say the suplex memory.
You did
Or,
suplex him onto a bench just yesterday.
Well, I was thinking of in Embervale.
Emberfell?
I can't remember. Yes, Emberfell, where they suplex that dude into the.
Oh, that's right!
pit.
Twin suplex!
Okay. Do you want to
Imagining the twin suplex!
Make me an athletics check. As that was the primary thing that happened in that scenario.
Oh boy, here I go athleticsing again. 24!
24. That's a good check.
Does he get advantage?
Nice. You do get advantage, that is true.
Oh! Well then, allow me to roll. Big money, big money, big money, big money. Still keeping that 24.
Yeah, 24. Alright. So that is your turn. We now go to Corey, who... What memory would Corey recall? Corey would recall the memory of when her and Flit... Welcome back, Joe. Of when her and Flit turned into animals and ran throughout the castle. And we're going to make Corey do a nature check.
Yes, play to strengths.
Nature check.
That's finally back. Yeah.
Corey has only a 2 to nature, funny enough.
Really?
Yeah, being a
Damn.
druid, that's interesting. Alright.
The downside of it being an intelligence skill. Ugh.
Yep.
Right?
See, this was the downside of me being first, is I wasn't entirely sure what we were doing.
I did kind of realize maybe I should explain it a bit more. You're fine, don't worry.
All I
Okay.
understood was use the power of friendship.
Yes. We now go to Flit. Flit is your turn. You have been hit twice by this guy. You and Jericho are seeing these glowing blue gashes form across your bodies.
Can I make a check on that?
Sure.
Like, does it look like it might produce an extra effect?
Sure, make me an Arcana check.
$12?
12. It's kind of hard to tell. It's... I mean, you can tell that it is magical to some degree, but as to what it does, you're not entirely sure.
So it's gonna shout out to Jericho. Jericho! We just need... Well, we've got to survive this! And
We will.
seeing the massive damage dealt to both her and Jericho, she is going to do the only thing that makes sense. And she's going to give them both very hearty pools of health.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I assume you're casting this... How are you giving it to you both?
I'm not. I'm going to target this one on Jericho.
Okay. Where are you turning Jericho into?
Well, I think I'm going to turn him into the biggest, chunkiest boy, my man, the giant ape.
Alright. Before the spell takes effect, I need you to roll me a flat d20.
Ape Jericho.
Oh, crap. Natural 20.
Alright. Cool, cool. You feel the power surge within you. You slap Jericho on the back. Jericho, you become a giant ape. You have returned to Monk. You have gone from Godzilla to King Kong.
Oh shit.
Go
Wait,
ahead
wait.
and pull up the sheet for a giant ape for me.
So does that mean that does that mean that I have to fight myself?
Yes. Smile. Alright, Fliz, is that all you got?
No. I
No.
need health points for me, too. And I'm going to wild shape. So I'll burn one wild shape, and I'll turn into a, excuse me. I will turn into a giant constrictor snake.
You're gonna turn into a giant constrictor snake. God damn it. It begins again. Alright, cool. You are now a giant constrictor snake.
All right. So how exactly does polymorph work?
You are now a giant ape.
Okay. do I like retain like you know like Jericho's mind, or is it the ape mind?
It is the
It is the ape mind, but you do know you are Jericho. You know, snake ally, snake flicked. But your scores do become that of the apes.
I'll also throw out that
Okay.
one of the upsides of the giant ape is that they are much smarter than the average beast.
Oh.
Like, they have actually a decent wisdom score, and their intelligence is only 7, as opposed to the 1 that a lot of other beasts are.
Oh. Okay. Snake friend. Glowy thing. Bad. Must hit.
Okay.
Oh, there's another question. So like, so can I still wield Harbinger, or
No.
is it-
All your equipment has all your equipment has transformed with you. You're just base giant ape.
Oh. Okay. Let me look at that.
I need to check a thing with polymorph. Give me 1 second while Jericho pulls up the thing. First of all, Flit, is that your turn?
Yeah, I can't do anything else.
Okay, Jericho, it is your turn.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you can now do the
Three.
stuff that the giant ape can do. I need to read the thing.
They have a strength of 23. What the fuck?
Boy.
I am now stronger. But not as smarter. Ooh, 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 ooh. So, I am... Let's see here.
You're also tankier.
Yes. Holy shit, yes.
Yeah.
157 hit points.
Yep.
The only bad thing is they have an armor class of 12 opposed to 18.
I mean,
He's a health tank.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's a health tank.
Okay.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, this is true.
I had to check a clarification on the rules of polymorph. Okay. What are you doing, Jericho?
All right. So I am going to use my multi attack. Wait. Hang on. Fist or rock? Okay. So all right. So it says here, multi-attack fist, and then I can throw a giant rock.
Okay. What are you doing?
I am going to use the action rock. It is a ranged weapon attack plus 9 to hit.
If it is a ranged attack, you are going to have disadvantage because he is right in front of you.
Oh. All right. So I'm going to use my fist then.
Okay.
Which is, Jesus Christ, a plus 9 to hit, and is a reach of 10 feet. Its hit damage is 3d10 plus 6.
Okay. Roll your attacks.
All right. So that'd be 2 attacks. let's see, 1d20 plus 9. $17, so that misses, right?
Yes.
Alrighty. Let's see.
20 has been taunted.
Oh my god!
18 misses as well. So you
Wait,
take both hands up and you slam. What's up?
Can I use any of my like Battlemaster things, or is
You cannot. As the gorilla, you cannot.
already?
So you take one hand, you slam onto the ground, it moves aside. Take the other and you try to catch him as he moves, but he jumps backwards. Is that all you got?
Yes.
Alright, it's his turn. He's gonna make 2 attacks on you, big monkey man. What is your AC?
AC as an ape is 12.
He physically cannot miss you, so I'm just gonna see if he can.
Yeah, no.
So, hold on.
Alright,
No
so
20, but he does hit you on both.
I'm just gonna put the health in the temporary hit points.
Yeah, that's fine. That works. So you take, on the first attack, 28 damage. Do 8.
Okay.
What is that effect? Ha 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 ha! Oh, I hate this game.
Why?
So, you watch as he takes a massive swipe across the entirety of the form's chest, and you feel like almost like a crack in your form. And you
What?
watch almost like a balloon, like a giant parade balloon, the form of the giant ape dissolves.
Honey?
Oh, fuck.
I'm sorry.
What?
And you are now back to just Jericho.
How?
It's an effect that he has that I can get into later, post-game.
Hate that.
Oh yeah, you should. Second attack.
gonna die.
I do now have to roll the second attack to make sure he hits you now, as you are no longer going off of monkey AC.
Monkey.
I'm that good old 18.
Good
80.
news. He rolled a nat 1.
Ah, fuck you.
Hey, Tart.
Yes.
Does he hit himself in the process?
I rolled severity, and he does not.
Damn.
I tried.
So that's the 2 attacks on you. The 2 attacks on Flit. Flit, what is your AC as a giant snake?
Also 12.
Okay, so gonna hit you no matter what, but it's not a 20. Oh my god, he rolled another. Okay.
You rolled another.
That is maddening that he got the same effect too on that attack. Low damage though. You only take 11 damage. Actually, sorry, 14 damage. I did my math wrong. But because he rolled the same effect I rolled on Jericho, your giant snake form also fades away.
Oh, fuck.
Is he? It's not a spell if that has anything to do with anything.
Actually, that is a good point. It is not a spell, so it does not.
Huh.
So you are actually fine.
Oh,
That
thank
being
God.
said, second attack. Not a nat 20? Close, but not a nat 20. Afterward! Spilling my dice all over the place. That's better
So-
damage.
So, how many attacks does this thing go at? 4?
He gets
Yup.
4,
Damn.
currently.
2 on you, 2 on me.
Currently? Oh, God.
That is 31 points of damage, Flit, and effect. He rolled the same thing again. That's impressive. I rolled the same number on the D8 3 times. But as it is not a spell effect, you are still in snake form. That is his turn. So, Sarah, back to you.
We're gonna go with that first ever time sparring with Jericho.
Okay, make me an athletics check. God, that's amazing that I rolled that same effect 3 times. 7, alright? That's the threshold.
Advantage or no?
I'll give you advantage, yeah. That's a symbolic moment for you, so yeah. 18, that is better. 18. I need to rethink my math now.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I just got a thing. Alright, cool. Corvin, your turn.
Let's see. Did Jericho last time, so what would be a good thing for Flit? Because I'm not gonna admit, besides the Jericho thing, I can't really think of anything. I guess when they started opening up and and Corbin reassured Flit that he's not going to give her up to Corladora.
Okay. I'll call that... being that it's an Archfey, I'll call it an Arcana check. I'll call it Arcana or History, because it's symbolic to you. I'll let you pick.
I'm good with either. Let us do Arcana. 15.
15. Okay. And on that note, you see Reno's eyes become completely maddeningly flourished in this bright light, and you all are warped to the same location as the rest of your party. Everyone is now in the same location as Jericho and Flit. And you all see as Reno warps you there, he collapses onto the ground and is like heavily breathing. You see the light in his eyes have sort of faded, and he kind of looks around and he sort of mumbles something to himself. Corvin, it's still your turn. You have a bonus action. You all see Jericho, who looks rough, a giant snake, and this ethereal figure.
You said Jericho looks roughed up?
Jericho looks roughed up, yes.
How rough would you say?
Jericho, how rough would you say you look?
34 HP.
That rough.
Second level healing word.
Out of 67.
Yeah, second level healing word.
Okay.
So that is altogether 10 points of healing.
Okay.
Oh, Tart.
Yes.
Would the pendant have activated?
You have to activate that on your turn. It doesn't activate automatically.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Corvin, I need you to roll me a d20 as you... Actually, is it... No, you don't. It's not 3rd level or higher. So you're good.
Yeah, second. Since I used my action to do a thing, I can't use Performance of Hope yet, so that is my turn.
Okay. Cool. It is Diana's turn, who, seeing what is going on, is going to... Let's see. Seeing how rough Jericho is looking, she is going to attempt to cast Death Ward on Jericho. However...
Question?
Yes?
For those of us that just basically appeared, would we get a surprise round?
Nope. Death Ward So Jericho, she rolled high enough on her thing. So Jericho, you are now under the effect of Death Ward. So the first time you would drop to 0, you drop to 1 instead.
Nice.
And then that is going to be Diana's turn. Ravana, is your turn.
Oh boy, we're in combat now. Let's see.
Yes, you are now officially in combat.
How much health does Jericho kind of have?
Jericho now, I believe, has 44?
43, actually.
43. I was close.
How close would Jericho be to me?
About 20 feet.
Alright, half my movement speed. One. It's in action. Yeah, shit.
And again, I apologize that we don't have a map for this.
You fine? Alrighty. Well, in that case, we'll use the bonus action.
Bonus action.
Hadafa.
Shield of Faith.
You casting that on yourself?
Ye.
Cast Shield of Faith on yourself. So have your main action.
Babushka is out and ignited. And with the being that they're facing currently, who has its attention most right now?
Jericho.
Or Flit?
Definitely Jericho.
Okay then.
Yeah, definitely.
Gonna jump in front of Jericho and put on the dodge action.
Okay.
And with the free action, could I taunt this thing?
Sure. What do you say to it?
You ugly piece of shit. You've got a few other beings to deal with. Clang clang, sword off a shield. Starting with the guy who's gonna fuck you up.
Okay. Is that all you got?
Yep, that's all I got.
Alright, Kore's turn. Kore, for the sake of Punk not being here, I'm gonna say Kore goes over and helps Reno, as Reno has essentially collapsed on the ground. She's gonna use some healing magic to heal up Reno.
Yay.
That's gonna be her turn. Flit, we're back to you. You're still Sneck.
Alright, well, considering that Sneck is basically dead, we are going to drop Sneck. And Fletcher's gonna go, guys! Oh, you came for us! And look at this dude, and seeing the massive sword that he is currently wielding out, you leave us alone! Heat metal.
You're casting it on the sword, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. You cast it, and you watch as nothing happens with the sword, as it is purely ethereal. It looks. It is pure energy. Even the handle.
Would I have been able to see that?
I will say, I will let you. You've been fighting for a little bit. I'll say you notice it before you cast the spell.
Okay. Can
I was thinking. I was going through the whole thought process as I was saying it. I was like, no, she would see it.
I'll switch over to the armor, which seems a lot more corporeal.
Okay. You go to cast it on the armor, and you watch as it actually doesn't ignite.
I don't like this. I'm very scared.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, I had to use a bonus action to drop form.
Okay. Alright, Jericho, it's your turn.
Alright, Jericho is going to look to Ravon, and he's going to say, glad you made it here. Let's go fuck him up. And Jericho is going to do the attacky doos. I am going to use I am going to burn a superiority dice.
Go for it.
For precise strike.
Go for it.
God damn it. That one. Okay. And so that would be 1d8. So that'd make it a 17.
That does not make it.
Yeah, I figured. God damn it. Can I just not hit tonight? Like, oh my god.
Oof.
That was almost on the 19 too. That was rough.
Fucking no. The fucking dice want me to die here. Like I'm telling you.
Yeah, RNG is a fucking bitch. Dice suck.
Yes, it is.
We love
Yes,
them
it
for some
is.
reason, but they suck. All right.
Remembers early Strahd
Okay,
episodes.
Remembers last Shroud episode where he got 2 rolls above a 10 throughout the 4-hour session?
Oh,
Let's see here. Did we establish this priority die are bonus actions, or can you just use?
I think you just use them. Unless it's like, there's a specific thing saying like it uses your reaction. Yeah, I think you just use them.
I'm double checking as we speak.
Let's see.
Right, because I don't have the books. It's not going to show up there. Thanks, D&D Beyond.
D&D, D&D, D&D Beyond.
Speaking of, Tart,
Yes.
exactly how big would this creature be? And is it in my range?
It is within your range.
Oh,
He is about the size of a 6-foot tall man.
okay.
So he is, for all intents and purposes, smaller than you.
Because I keep forgetting that I have Polearm Master as well as
You do?
as well as Heavy Armor Master. So
Heavy Armor Master, I think, affects non-magical weapons.
Non-magical, yeah.
yeah, it does that.
It doesn't say the magical armor applies. Okay,
Yeah,
cool. So I'll give you back. How many hits
Yeah,
have landed? 3?
I think 3 hits?
One.
One has hit Jericho. The other two hit the other one hit the gorilla. So
Yeah.
you get back
yeah.
3 hit points,
Ooh.
and then I'll let you use your bonus action to make the polearm attack.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Wait.
Meanwhile,
believe that
over here, I'm
is-
still going some of the shit.
Let's see. Yeah. Let's see here. To make a melee attack with the other end, the damage die is a D4. Okay. So that would be 12. So that still doesn't fucking hit.
Okay. Is that all you got?
My
throat.
Yeah. Yeah, because I apparently I can't hit for shit and okay.
Okay. So, as it comes back to the figure's turn, you all hear in your minds this cacophony. Everyone who's here hears in their voices, or in their minds, a cacophony of voices that all shout, "I must protect her!" I'm not gonna actually shout it because, you know, I don't feel like it. But
I don't feel like shouting.
I don't feel like shouting.
I don't feel like it.
First attack is going to be on Jericho.
Can you talk when it's not your turn?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to point out, Sarah hasn't drawn a weapon yet. So hearing that, she's going to ask, protect who?
Okay. Jericho, that is 22 points of damage.
I'm gonna
And
die.
I need... Let's see. I need you to make me a con save.
Now, Jericho is right behind me, correct? Or beside me?
He's close enough to where your effect would take place.
Alright. Remember Schmuckles. Ed 2.
2.
Huh?
Oh, what?
2 to what?
To your save.
For saves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, it's what a
Con save.
con save? Okay. So, oh my fucking god. That is 12 plus 2, so that'd be a 14.
That passes.
What? Ooh. Huh.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Cool.
Nice.
Second attack is going to be on Flit. Flit, your AC is 20, yes?
It's 19.
19. Okay, he got 20. That's why I was wondering. So Flit, you take... It's actually quite low. Roll 2 1s. So frickin' he rolled 2 1s. He rolled really low on 2 dice and then really high on the other. So Flit, you take 19 damage, and I need you to make me a con save as well.
I am not close to Ravon. 15.
You pass. You're fine. Third attack is on... Let's see, who is that? That would be... Corvin. Corvin, that is a 25 to hit.
Yeah,
Yeah?
that hits.
Alright,
And
Corbin,
then some.
Corbin, you take 29 points of damage.
Okay.
And I need a con save.
Okay, con save. 15. Since I'm in Rovon's area.
You are within Rovon's range, that passes. Alright,
You said 29 points?
29. Then the last one is on Rovon, actually. Speaking of the devil.
Doki, he is gonna be striking at me while I'm in a dodge action.
Okay, so he will have disadvantage, which paid off. That is only a 16.
Oh, thank God.
You're fine. Alright, that is his turn. Sarah, is now your turn.
Are there people in my way of getting a clear shot at him?
Currently, yes, but you can easily get to a point where they would not be in the way.
Okay. I'm going to move to that point then and try to take a shot.
Okay.
If I can't, well, I suppose Rovon and Jericho are like right in front of him, aren't they?
Rovon is behind him, Jericho is in front of him.
Is there a way I can get to an
Right,
area?
Rovon, am I right?
What's up?
You're behind the guy, right?
Yes. See if I remember correctly. I'm trying to map it out through theater of mind here.
Yeah, I am too.
If you are, that actually puts a small damper in things, because that means all of Jericho's attacks would have had advantage.
Well,
Wait, what?
fuck.
Because it would have been flanking. So,
Shit.
God, okay. Jericho, go ahead and roll me your 3 attacks again. Your 2 main attacks and then your Polar Master attack.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Alright, dice, please don't fuck me. Or do. At this point... Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, that hits.
That
Okay.
hits.
That hits.
Okay!
Okay.
What the
Okay.
That does
Nope.
not. So roll your 2 damage rolls.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
8.
8. 7. So,
Okay.
14?
Cool, cool.
15.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, 15. Yeah.
Dope. Now we go back to Sarah. Sarah, to be able to hit him without hitting them, you would have to go like off to his side.
Right, I'm just wondering if there's a way I can go about it where I can be within range of someone so that I can get my sneak attack.
They're within 5 feet of him. You should be able to hit. If you hit him, you should be able to do sneak attack.
Okay. So I'll just move to the nearest spot that I can get to and have a clear shot at him and fire off a shot then.
Okay. You won't have advantage, but you will get your attack. That'll hit.
26.
That'll hit. Roll your damage and then roll your sneak attack.
Oh, give us that delicious sneak.
Come on, Snick.
8.
Sneak.
Snick.
Snick.
Come on, Snick.
Snake right on past.
Oh!
13.
Solid snack.
Yeah, good Snick.
Good shit.
Solid snack against.
Soft snack.
It's weird
Liquid snack.
watching an ethereal projectile move through an ethereal creature. It's almost like watching like a lava lamp, where you see like the big like long gel come up from the bottom of the lava lamp.
Okay, so I'm trying to picture this guy, and the best analogy I can come up with is, would he be similar to Ronfelt?
I have no idea who that is.
The guy from the early stages
Unexpectables.
of Unexpectables.
I have never seen Unexpectables, so I wouldn't know.
Oh,
He's
Okay.
scared.
By the time I heard of Unexpectables, they were about 100 episodes in, so I decided not to do that.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Wise.
I think I
Very
did-
wise.
I think
Don't have
this
anything
one-
against it, just don't have the time for it.
Fair.
Don't have the time to catch up, and so I'm just not bothering.
Just read Wikipedia.
I'm about to link it.
Alright, is that all you got, Sarah?
What else? can I
Looking
do?
at that, very much no. This figure is just pure light energy. It has like the form of a person, but there are no features to it whatsoever.
Nah,
Oh,
I get
okay.
you. I get you.
It's like looking at a like a light bulb wearing clothing. It's very odd.
Oh my god. That's
I
great.
can't think of anything else I can do. I could shift, but that would be wasting my action because I don't want to get close to this thing.
Up to
You
you.
already used your action.
You already used your action.
It's true.
Shifting would be your
Wasting
bonus action.
action.
Up to you.
I think that's all I've got.
Alright, Corbin. Your move.
I had an idea of what I was going to do this turn, but I gotta fucking protect myself because that fucking hit. He's like right up on me, yeah?
No, actually. He's like 15, 20 feet away from you. If you're 10 feet from Rovan.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's actually not near you.
Then how did he hit me?
You watched his figure, much like the other people who have been hit seen. You watch his figure like, it's almost like watching a slideshow. You've seen like After Image in Dragon Ball Z? It's like watching that go through the air as like a slideshow. As he like rapidly approaches you, but he's not in front of you. As far as you can tell, he hasn't moved.
Fucking hell, he can hit us at any point, so running away doesn't do anything. Motherfucker. Okay, so what he's gonna do is he's gonna go over towards he's gonna go over towards Reno and assist Kore in any way he can. Bonus action healing word at level 2 once more.
Okay.
On Reno, so that is 8 points of healing.
And that
Hello?
is good enough to put Reno in the fight.
Thank
Oh.
fucking Christ.
As you cast this, as you
More of us
cast
go.
healing word on Reno, you hear him sort of mutter to you in Korea. He goes, "We have to find her." And now I can roll initiative for Reno.
Yay!
Oh, oh, beautiful. Reno is actually coming up soon.
Next thing he will do. Okay, I gotta get the generator out. Where are you? There you are. So, looking at this individual, he's gonna say, "Looking at you, it seems much nicer buying gifts for your sister, wife, and mother when they are the same person." Vicious mockery.
Ouch.
I'm sorry, what?
Damn. Wisdom
6
saving.
points of psych. Yes, wisdom save.
Oh, he passes that with flying colors.
Ah, fuck. I tried.
He rolled a 19 on the die, so.
Yeah.
Alright, is that all you got?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, that's all I got. And now I wait for death.
Move to Diana, who is going to, seeing how everyone's a bit hurt, She's gonna cast Mass Healing Word.
Thank you.
But first, I have to
Thank
make a
you,
roll.
Diane.
I think I'm like the only one that can get right now.
Close, but she gets it. So, it's a 3rd level spell. So 8. So that is, I believe, 13 points of healing for everyone. Yes.
That helps a lot.
That gets me above half.
It gets me to half.
That's her bonus action.
That fucker hit
She's
me
then
for-
gonna use. She's then gonna use her main action to. Let's see. Oh, that's right. She gets healed from it as well, which would be good if she had taken damage. She's then gonna come over to Jericho. She's gonna use her Preserve Life ability. Jericho, you're gonna go back up to half health, whatever that be.
So sorry. So with Diana's healing a word, I'm actually back up to health.
Up to
half
how
health.
much? To half health?
Yeah.
Okay. Then never mind. She'll use on Flit. Flit, you'll go back up to half health.
About that.
Okay, she'll go over to Reno, and she'll help Reno. Fuck you guys.
About the no.
That's fine. You don't need the life cleric. I'll remember this in a few weeks. Smile.
Listen.
I landed exactly on half.
To be fair, she
Nah, I'm just
did
giving
get him
you
above
shit.
half. Her above half.
All right. Reno stands up, and he says to Corey, Corvin, and Diane, he goes, "Hold them off for just a moment." And you watch as he disappears. And I need to roll a check for him. Oh, good check. Good check. Alright, dope. Alright. That's his turn. Ravon, it's your go.
Yay! Das ist Poopy. What would I have to do in order to get tall, light, and ugly to keep focus on me?
Make an insight check.
Oh boy, insight. Just normal?
Yes.
Okie dokie, boss. 17!
You genuinely don't think you can. You, like, with your high charisma, genuinely don't think there's anything you can say to get him to focus all of his attention on you.
Even if I were to say he already failed his mission, she's not safe. It was his fault.
I'd give you advantage on that check, but you still don't think.
I'll still go for it.
Okay, go for it. I'll call it
Just-
a bonus action.
Okay, so normal?
Yes. Make a
Alright.
persuasion check. With advantage.
Oh, with advantage, never mind. Well, that's a
20 is
soft
still good.
20. Here, I'll try rolling one more time with the thingamabobber.
So,
21?
I'm gonna do the 20 and the 12.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Alright, make a note of that. Cool. Alright, is that all you got?
Still in action. Keeping the dodge.
Okay, you're keeping the dodge. Cool. Cool. Alright. We go to Corey's turn, who, seeing what's going down, is going to, in typical Corey fashion, is going to cast good old Moonbeam.
Move.
So Homeboy needs to make a con save. Alright, cool. So you guys watch as this beam of light comes down from the sky, and it almost looks distorted in a way when it comes down. Like, it almost looks like... You know how, like, when you're playing a game and, like, the wire is like, back in the old days, and the wire was slightly broken with the TV, so you can see, like, the pixels, like, were slightly misaligned.
Ah, yes, I remember the N64 days.
That's almost what it looks like is going on right here in this moment.
I know I'm young, but I'm not that young.
And you watch as the figure seems unfazed by the moonbeam. It's gonna be Corey's turn. Flit, is your go.
Okay, so can I make a roll to figure out what is going on with magic?
Yes. Make an Arcana check. 12. Something about this environment is distorting. It's like, well, that's actually kind of it. Something about this environment is distorted in a way. You can't tell what exactly, but things just seem off. It's almost like you left a room and you came back and everything was like 3 inches to the left. It's just off for some reason.
Okay. That's too much of a gamble, and I don't know. Could I position myself in such a way to get flanking on this dude?
Technically, no. Because Sarah is on one side, but far away. Jericho is in front of him, Ravon's behind him, so you don't have anyone you could technically flank with.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna turn into a giant snake again.
Go turn back into a giant snake. Okay. Snake!
I'm going to attack this dude, and I'm going to try and constrict him.
Okay. Go for it.
Come on, guy, roll. Natural 1.
Roll severity.
Is it D20 or D100?
D20.
3.
Now roll me a D100.
Well, fuck.
63?
Okay. Make me an attack roll on Ravon.
Another natural 1.
Woo!
Well, yeah, thank God that dodge action.
Hey, Jericho, remember all those crummy rolls?
Man, do
Yeah.
I invoke double severity?
Yeah.
No, please don't.
No, I won't. I won't do that
Aw.
to you.
Tart, we love you.
Flit, by the end of this fight, it just looks like a fucking pretzel knot as a giant snake. Alright.
If she knotted herself into a pretzel, how does that work when she unshifts?
She'll be fine. Just not as a snake.
Stiff yoga.
Eh, snake yoga. Alright.
Snoga.
Is that what all you got, Flit?
Yoga.
These last 2 sessions have been really taxing on me.
I'm sorry,
My
man.
God.
Oh,
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. Jericho, back up at the top is your go.
Okay, so. Alright. So, seeing as how, some major. Hang on. currently pulling up the dragon's blood thing.
Okay.
We'll look. Alright, Alright. So, Jericho is going to attempt to use a bonus action to douse Harbinger in the dragon's blood, and then he's going to ignite it.
Okay. Harbinger goes up in flame.
Harbinger goes burr.
Harbinger go
And
burr. Harbinger.
Burr. Harbinger.
Oh, fuck right off.
You guys can make jokes. I got jokes too. 22, that
Hey.
hits.
22. 10.
You have advantage, by the way. Don't forget. I'll count this as the first attack.
Do you want? Oh,
Because Rovan's on the other side. So 22 and 10, 22 hits.
right, flanking. 12. Hey!
Natural 20. Okay. Now on a natural 20, the fire damage will double as well. You'll get double dice on the fire damage.
So it's D12 then?
No, you'll
Or-
roll double dice.
Oh.
So go ahead and roll the damage on your first attack.
2d6. Okay. Okay, so that's 9 and plus 1d6, right?
That sounds right. Whatever's on the thing for Dragon's Blood.
Let's see. Can ignite blade for 1d6 extra damage once. It's only a once per turn.
I think that's a typo. I think it takes effect for the full turn. If that's not
Okay.
what if that's not what it says, correct it. It takes effect for the whole turn. That's my mistake.
Oh.
I probably made a typo on it, and so I probably gave you the wrong information. I apologize.
That's all good. Alright, so let me roll my 1d6. So 9 plus 2, that's 11.
11. Okay.
Then 14, okay.
14.
And then my 2d6. 6, so 11 plus 20, so 31 damage total.
Okay. Nice. Is that all we got?
Yes.
Alright. It's now Homeboy's turn again. Let's make a couple rolls here. So
It's gonna murder me.
it's gonna go, it's certainly gonna try. Oh, that is only a not 13. 15? Doesn't hit.
Nah.
So
No,
it
no,
actually
it-
misses you. Good. Rovan, you have... Oh, homie, you just avoided a nat 20 with your dodge action.
Oh, thank God.
Oh yeah.
21 still hits,
Oh.
though, I assume.
With my Shield of Faith, yeah, still hits.
That's not bad. That's 20 damage. And then...
Don't endurance in that crap.
Okay. And then, while you're doing that... Oh,
Oh.
beautiful.
What's the Constitution modifier?
Ravon, as it hits you, you watch that small like parts of your armor don't fade away, but you can see like an energy kind of form off of it, and you watch as it sinks, it like floats into the creature's armor, and you can see it begin to repair slightly.
Son of a bitch. Okay, Tart, two things. Well, actually, there is something I want to do, but do you want me to roll that stones?
Yes, roll your stone's endurance. Actually, that will make a difference, so do that. That would take place first.
All right, 5.
5,
so that's
so
15.
15, okay. That actually makes a difference as his effect as well, so thank you for pointing that out. Alright, cool.
Okay.
That was a bad roll, by the way. 2 on the die? Fuck that.
It's fine.
Alright, what was your other thing?
Upon seeing that, could I piece to... Could I roll a check to see if I can piece together
Yes.
what I saw?
What are you trying to piece together?
Well, you described it where it was, like, kind of repairing itself? Almost? From the hit?
Make me an insight check.
Okay, insight. Alright. Don't be an idiot. 15!
Whatever energy it just left on your armor, it has just absorbed to heal itself. You don't know how it works or why, but you know that's what it did.
Can I convey this to my allies?
On your turn.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Actually, no, I'll let you convey it now while I roll.
Alright, best pal Jericho. No.
Yeah, no. Immediately going, this thing's able to repair itself. It's like siphoning magic.
Oh. Hey, Sarah, remember how you were saying you hadn't taken much damage yet?
Oh no.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay, that will work on the first attack.
Oh no!
27 to hit, you'll take half damage because of Uncanny Dodge. Which everyone applaud. Sarah remembered her Uncanny Dodge today.
Yay!
I've been thinking about it the entire time we've been in combat.
So that is 21 half to 11.
I'm gonna use cutting words on the 11 on that one.
Okay, roll your cutting words. And then Sarah, go ahead and make me a con save.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, nice. So 4 damage, and then roll me your con save.
Saving throw?
Yes.
12.
12.
You're not close to Ravon, are you?
That is
I'm not
true.
what, did we?
I think she would be further away from me, though.
I'm gonna say she's further away.
Okay.
Wait, what? Hold on. The aura's... Let me double check what the aura is.
It's 60-foot aura, I think.
No,
That's for
aura-
Flit's
no-
ring.
No, it's 10 feet.
I'm gonna say she's not within 10 feet.
Yeah.
Because she's back taking pot shots.
Was that for the Shield of Faith?
Shield of Faith.
No,
No,
this is
for
for his
his,
aura that gives you.
Protection.
Yeah.
Aura protection.
Okay, that's my bad. Then I got my spells mixed up. How much
You're
okay.
damage did you say I took total?
You took 4 damage total, and you, because you failed the save, are now blinded. On your turn, you can re-roll the save.
Ooh.
Yeah?
As you see this
Damn.
sort of energy, it's not bad, but your vision becomes blurry and hard to see. Second attack.
What is it with me going blind?
Yeah, no shit. Does a 16 hit?
Match.
Match? Okay. That is 26 points of damage. And that effect does nothing. Because you don't have... Yeah, no, that effect does nothing. Cool. Alright. And that is his turn. It is now your turn, Sarah. You are blinded currently.
You said I roll to get rid of that at the end of my turn?
At the end of your turn.
Alright, and
You could
it's
still
just
take a shot
disadvantage?
at it. It would just have disadvantage because you can't see it.
Okay, that's fine.
You could make out the vague shape of it, so you would have disadvantage.
$18?
Just short.
Mm.
And I only have the DM's inspiration. Alright, let's call that my turn for now. It's Constitution saving.
Yes.
Okay.
Nope.
9,
You're
technically.
You're still blinded.
Oof. Okay, we're gonna take the DM's inspiration and use it for the reroll.
Okay, go for it. Happy birthday!
10! God damn
Still
it.
not good.
Wow.
That was rough.
One more point for one more year.
Happy birthday!
One for almost birthday, too.
Alright. That's the end of your turn. We go to Corvin.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. So
Same.
Reno said... that's a damn lie. Reno said we have to find her?
Yes. And then he said to
Wait.
hold him off.
Okay, hold him off. Okay. Looking at spells... I could do that.
Quick question. Out of a character, Tart, since Corvin and you know, and I like talked about the visions like in you know, like in detail, would he be able to kind of like put together that she is Ruby?
That this thing in front of you is Ruby?
No.
Oh, I see what you mean. I'll say Corvin, make me an insight check. I'll give you advantage as well, based on the information you have.
14?
You think Reno must be referring to Ruby in that circumstance?
Yeah, but...
Or at
he
least that's what you
requested we
assume.
Yeah, but he requested we hold this thing off, so I have a big distraction in mind. So... from right behind this armored individual, he almost coming out of a portal. The party and the armored thing will see pretty much an exact duplicate, except covered in vines and green glowing eyes and a big barked sword. I cast my Sylvain Silhouette, major image.
Hey. Alright.
Oh,
I need you to first roll me a d20.
Okay. Nat 1.
You cast the spell, and you feel the magic almost like fight back in your hand. And the spell does not cast. You keep the spell slot, but the spell does not go through.
Keep the spell slot up there. And it does count for me to that I casted the spell, so I technically can't use my bonus action.
You
to,
lose the action, but you don't lose the spell slot.
Okay. That is completely fine. Fucking...
Which is unfortunate, because that was a dope imagery.
It's okay. I'll try again next round. Do I save it for that? Maybe. Because I already used that.
Which I will say, because it is your bonus action, since the spell didn't go off the first time, if you want to do a bonus action spell, you totally can.
Okay, because that's what I was asking about earlier.
Yeah.
Who is near the armored thing?
Currently, Snakeflit, Jericho, Rovan, and Sarah is Sarah is closer, about the same range as you are to it, but just on a different side.
I think you said earlier I'm like 10 feet from it.
You're probably about 15 to 20 feet from it if you're using your archery.
I need to get that voice clip. Snakeflit will get some bardic inspiration.
Woohoo!
And,
all right.
And for I guess everyone's mental mind palace, he's playing Better Metal Snake by Death Clock.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, Snakeflit, you have bardic inspiration.
Gotcha.
It's D8s and I'm gonna try and get into a point of position to where I'm out of eyesight, I guess.
Okay.
From this thing, because I don't want this thing looking at me.
All right. Make me a stealth check. I'll allow it.
Okay. Huh, I'm actually kind of decent at that. 8.
You sort of take cover behind one of the stalls here, and then you touch it to like peek over it, and the entire thing just crumbles away. Cool. Alright. Diana's turn. Diana is gonna, I think, again, just do Ask Healing Word. I do need to roll, however, first before... Actually, I guess I can roll this in front of you guys. This is your ally. 12. Alright, she's fine. So... that is 14 points that everyone gets back. Life Cleric's turn.
I forget. If I'm healed while I'm in an animal form, does my main form get healed?
I think the animal form gets healed. That's what I'm going to say for now, and we can check later. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Alright, cool.
I'm almost at full, yay.
Alright, that's going to be her turn, because she doesn't have much else she can do. And now, on Reno's turn, I need to roll a check. Oh! Beautiful.
Oh, my dude.
Okay, that can either mean he rolled really well, or he rolled really horribly.
Oh, I think music change means he rolled really well. Please be really well.
That's not what I want. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, this is combat music. That's not what I want. I want serious music. You all see Reno appear back in the middle of this courtyard. And by his side, a young woman, no more than 20 years of age, humanoid, her face very round with soft cheekbones. Her hair is shade of dark red, almost like magenta colored.
Do I recognize?
You do. And
Do any of the other of us recognize her from what Jericho has told us?
Everyone go ahead and roll me an insight check. With advantage.
Except for
Except Jericho.
13.
Yeah,
24.
23.
20.
Corey's insight check. Beautiful, Diana. I'm not even going to bother rolling advantage for Corey. All of you know who this is. And she, as Reno steps forward, he sort of leans on his cane or his staff a bit, still a bit tired. And the young girl goes, "No! Don't hurt him!" And she runs up, and she completely runs up to this figure and jumps and wraps her arms around him and just bursts into tears. The figure, as it jumps onto, as she jumps onto it, the sword vanishes. It wraps its arms around her. Now the music is loud. I apologize, I wasn't expecting it to get that loud. The knees buckle, and they both sort of come, not crashing to the ground, but they both sort of lower to the ground. She sort of pulls back, and she puts her hands on the helmet, and she goes, "Malverick, what has happened to you?" Now, put that name in chat for you guys.
Thank you.
Ruby?
She turns and looks at you, Jericho. "Hello, Jericho."
It is you. How'd you get here? What's going on? What?
"I live here. This is my home."
Wait, the visions I had, you told me, you told me to find you, right? What? I thought you were in need of saving. I was teleported here by what I assume is that thing. And I tried to come and find you. Are you okay?
She sort of... Hold on, I need to turn down the music a bit more. She, hearing what he says, sort of giggles a little bit. And she goes, "No. This is my brother."
your brother.
Sort of turns back to the figure. "Will make you all better, Malavik." Damn it, Joe! Fuck you! Now you got me fucking thinking about Malavik. Fuck!
Let's go!
Fuck you. I was trying so hard not to say it. Back in character. "We'll make you all better, Malverick. I promise." And she sort of puts her forehead against the forehead of whatever, well, Malverick, as you now know, but whatever this figure is.
Hey, Tart.
Yes.
Can I roll an insight just to make sure that everything that I'm being told is the truth?
Sure. Roll an insight check.
Just to be on the safe side.
Anyone or
Never-
just Jericho?
I'm gonna say just Jericho.
Oh my fucking god.
Bro, this thing tried to kill you. She's now hugging this thing. Something's fucking up.
Oh my. So
This
every
whole
time
scenario is
something-
sketch.
God damn it.
She stands. She turns to you, Jericho. And she takes your hands. And you instinctively just kind of drop Harbinger off to your side. You don't feel compelled to do so, but it just feels like the right thing to do. And she takes your hands and she puts something in one of them, and then she closes your hands together with her hands on top of it, and she goes, "You helped him find me. Thank you, Jericho." She lets go of your hands.
How that helps.
She turns back and she takes Malvaric's hand. Stands him up. And you watch as she turns to the rest of you. She doesn't say anything. She turns back to you, Jericho, and she goes, "You have good friends."
Sarah will give a curt nod when Ruby looks to her.
Watch as she takes both hands of Malvaric, and you watch them, much like the ethereal energy that had formed Malvaric, you watch their entire forms begin to fade away into light blue sparkles. And you watch as they fade away, this entire reality that you all have found yourselves in begin to shift and break, and you watch it begin to crumble and fade away back into the dining room that you all had started in. Except Jericho and Flit, who are back in front of Jericho's room.
That fake out though. Oh.
Yep, got you.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Tart.
Jericho, you
Yes.
still feel something in your hands.
Jericho is going to look down.
In your hands is a simple but very rusty, what was originally gold, locket.
Fuck it.
Is there a... Is there like a little, like way to open it? Or is it like a...
It looks like there's a little notch where you can put like your nails in and open it.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to open the locket.
Inside the locket is a single, I'd say, picture, like a photograph. Because that, well, it's kind of what it is. Yeah, it looks like a photograph, quote unquote, or like a very small little portrait of a young girl who has from the shade of her hair color, you can assume is Ruby. About the same age, same features, wearing this beautiful long red dress. Next to her, what appears to be a soldier of some sort. You can see they share some features. His hair, also appearing to have that reddish tint to it. And at his side, a longsword that looks very familiar to you.
Familiar how?
Familiar in that you just got fucked up by it.
Oh!
I'm not even gonna make you roll a check on it.
Oh, fuck. Huh. Okay. He was... Jericho is going to check everything in, and he's going to keep it in his giant hand, and he is going to go and try and meet up with everyone else.
Flit, I assume you follow?
Yep.
You both head to the dining room where the rest of your party seems to be on edge. Everyone except Reno, who turns to you. How are you feeling, Jericho?
How am I feeling? I have so many questions. I don't even know where to begin. I first off, first off, I don't understand why I was the one having all these visions and sorry,
Yes.
is Ruby and Malverick with us?
No. They're not in the room. Last you saw, they faded into fireflies. Blue sparkles. Barino looks at you in your confusion and goes, "Once we were there, I put the pieces together and I think I understand."
And the other thing, I found this locket.
Do you show him the locket?
Yes.
He sort of holds his hand out. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
You give it to him. He opens it. He goes, "Yes. Malverick." Sorry. I got caught up by the music. He goes, "Malverick, the Lightbringer." Malverick was a paladin from many, many years ago. Thank you, Nug. One of great legend for his time. Jericho. Ruby and Malverick's hometown were originally in Zandaria,
Oh.
where Calarine was built many years later.
Wait. What? 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 What?
Oh shit.
The town of Nostratus. And I'll type that in the thing for you. Nostratus, a city built in ancient times. In a previous age. Guarded by Malverick and his young sister, Ruby. But all legends must come to an end, and Malverick found himself in a battle that he could not win. As his sister mourned the death of her brother, the ancient, strange effects of Zandaria took place. I won't ask about your history or your familial connections, Jericho. But I believe that Ruby and the effects of Zandaria had some sort of effect caused by shared trauma. And I will leave it at that.
No, it did. Jericho looks in him as self, and he's like, no, I understand now why she called me.
Jericho, your mind is flooded back to that fateful battle where you remember the vision or the sight of a certain someone whose life fled from them in your arms. And that's where you make the connection of the trauma you and Ruby shared. Also, above game, I made a mistake. It was not Lightbringer, it was Dawnbringer.
Oh.
That was my mistake. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the wrong thing. Smile.
Jericho is gonna give a faint smile, and he's gonna oh my god.
He's gonna get his Windows update.
Please, no. Hey, some update. Oh Jesus. And he's going to say here, I'm just I'm just glad that I could reunite two siblings.
He sort of.
You know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sort of. You know, in some way, I was able to bring them back together.
He puts his hand on your shoulder, and he puts his hand on your shoulder, and then he takes your hand, and he puts the locket back in your hand, and he goes, "You've done a great thing, uniting two lost souls. Hold on to this. and remember them.
Always.
And that is where we're going to wrap tonight.
Oh, man.
Oh. Fuck.
Remember how I said this was supposed to happen last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that we saved 3. Yeah, 3. That would have been 3 stressful situations.
Ah.
You
So.
made me cry. Oh.
And that is the story of the young ghost lady who has been haunting Jericho. The story of a young lost girl looking for her dead brother.
Fuck, that was great though. I didn't expect the connection between like Loren and and everything else, but
Ain't that
holy
fucked?
shit. Huh?
Ain't that
Yeah.
fucked?
Holy shit.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We've been going a bit late, so let's go ahead and get our outro wrapped up. So, we'll start with Punk, who unfortunately could not make it here tonight. You can find Punk at twitch.tv/punkyarddong, where they recently have been doing Shokyu Saturday with me as their passenger alongside their wonderful little ride they do. We have some new art, which is pretty dope. And yeah. Next up, Sarah. Where can people find you?
They can find me at twitch.tv/wolfstalker16. You guys remember how last week I said I was going to stream every day this week, starting last Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Guess who screwed up while going to the cities and forgot her controller at home, so couldn't play video games.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, on the bright
So-
side, your birthday is tomorrow.
Yeah,
Hey, happy birthday, Sarah.
Birthmas.
and school ends Thursday, so probably Friday or Saturday I'm going to do a birthday stream. Probably Long Dark, because that's the only game I'm at least decent at. But yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah. Let's see.
I need to head out. I am way past bedtime.
Don't worry
so
about it.
I
Do not
will
worry
talk
about it.
to you later.
Everyone, make sure you say happy birthday to Sarah. And Sarah, we
Marvelous.
hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us, as always.
Thank you for the wonderful session.
Oh, hush you. I've already given you inspiration. You're not getting another. You blew your inspiration.
I know, that was so frustrating.
Birthday song is coming your way here in a moment.
Oh, no. No.
Yes.
Run now.
I have to do it. I'm compelled.
No, I'm going to bed. Good night.
But
Like, that stops me.
up next, let's do Joe. Joe, where can people find you?
Go, Joe.
Sending the birthday song from Home Movies to somebody. Like, leaving a call can stop me. You can go ahead and find me on twitch.tv/big_papa_plutonium, where I'm currently playing through Final Fantasy XIV Online.
Nice. Hell yeah. All right. Is that it?
I got nothing else to show. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Up next, we'll skip around. We'll do J Frost next.
Yosh.
Yosh.
Nothing really.
Fuck,
happening.
I shouted out J Frost 77.
Well, at least they're getting shouted out.
You don't escape that easily, boy.
You bet. Nothing really much. Currently enjoying day 3. Now, about to be day 4 of vacation. And after tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be enjoying a couple other things. Other than that, you can find me here,
Hello?
Hello.
twitch.tv/jfrost747. And probably do some more Valheim with the crew on Friday. Probably get into some Overwatch and Titanfall with a few other friends. And yeah,
Nice.
that's it.
Hell yeah. All right. Up next, we'll do our very own lizard dad, Jericho. Schmuck, where can people find you?
Hello, yes, that is me. I am.
Oh, did we lose Schmuck?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I think we lost Schmuck right at the end. No.
No.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, there they are.
Okay. Yes. So for a quick second there, I forgot that I was still on Push to Talk. So yeah,
You're
you can
good.
find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/that1schmuck01. The 01 is very important. You can find me tomorrow. Actually, I will be starting up Yakuza 6.
Such a good fucking game. You're in for a joy.
Yeah.
You're in for such a good time.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's one of the best ones so
Like,
far. One of my favorites so far.
Oh, dude, sort of finished 5, and I fucking loved it. Like, holy shit.
It was a good game.
Yes. But yeah, I will be doing Yakuza 6 on tomorrow and probably Wednesday. Friday, I've been playing Dragon's Dogma. Which is which so far is pretty fun.
Nice.
And Sundays are probably still gonna be either like Stardew or something chill.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we can just like vibe to. You know, and that's me.
Hell yeah. And last but not least, we have CG. Where can people find you, my dude?
Hello, you can find me nowhere because I'm not one for social medias, but you can find me here every other Tuesday for The Curse of Strahd, where everyone made it to Barovia proper.
We did.
It's like a barrel of laughs, and I'm sure everyone's going to have a good time.
Proper?
Oh.
Yes, the village of
The
Barovia.
village, yes.
Oh.
Where
Huh.
nothing bad will happen. Smile.
Ever.
By the way, I tipped you extra this week, Joe.
Sweet. I've actually needed it because, well, I took my daughter out last, for like a dad and daughter thing yesterday.
Lame. Nerd.
Yes, how dare I try and achieve parental bonding?
How dare you be a good father?
How dare?
How dare? Alright. Is that it, CG?
That's it for me.
Nice. And then, of course, you can find me here at twitch.tv/FaringTart, where tomorrow I will be beginning the last stretch of the Yakuza 6. We should be able to finish the game on Wednesday. maybe tomorrow, but as far as I can tell, there's still like a significant length of the game left, so probably not tomorrow, likely Wednesday. But then later this week, I'll be playing World's End Club, which is by the Danganronpa developers that came out on this past Friday, and I'm very excited to play that. That should be a good time. Let's pull up someone to raid. I was gonna raid Jake, because Trials of Eidos, you see, but I think he's currently actually rapping. Yes, he's actually just begun the raid command. Thankfully, he chose not to raid me, because I would be mad.
I would have called him a smelly nerd and then paid him like 1,000 compliments.
True. We have a few people we can raid. And by a few, I mean 2. Unless we wanted to raid Bosco again, which we could. We could return the raid, but yeah, I mean, Bosco's doing AEW Dark, and I think I want to raid somebody who is, you know, a bit lower in viewer count, like the Trash Gremlins.
We could go with Sarah's suggestion, since it's, you know, it is her birthday.
That is true. I'll have to pull up Scotty first. Let me also make sure Scotty is... fucking... Hold on.
Ooh, right, yeah, we got...
Let me make sure Scotty's not wrapping up.
Yeah.
Scotty is not wrapping up. So yeah, I think we'll raid Scotty. Why not? We'll do it just for Sarah.
Yeah.
Can our raid message be Scotty didn't know?
That's Fiona and me. Alright, in my van every Sunday. I too have seen that movie.
Yeah.
For some reason.
I'm sorry. I thought your joke was funny, but a fucking sneeze came up and was fucking murdering me. That's why I didn't laugh. I apologize.
Dude, you're fine.
Okay. We can absolutely do that. Everyone go show Scotty a bit of love. He's currently doing Stardew. Let him know who sent you. We will be back again next week for more War of the Shattered Sun, where we are, what I was going to say, rapidly approaching the Asterios Winter Gala. But now, after that session, we only did like 2 days. But I think it was worth it. Smile. But
a lot of big stuff happened.
Oh yeah. Go show him some love. Let him know who sent you. And we will see you all next week. Well, bye everybody.
Bye.
See ya.